right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order. Oh, that was for Arthur. The Tacoma Park City Council meeting for this evening. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember Dibala.
Present.
Councilmember Costick.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens.
Present.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Searcy.
Present.
Great. Welcome, everyone, to our meeting this evening. Just to look at our agenda moving forward. We will not be meeting next week because of the Thanksgiving holiday. Our next meeting will be on December 2nd. And we have on our agenda that evening for a voting item, a single reading ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a contract for facilitation services for Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, a single reading ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a contract for an executive search firm's services for the city manager recruitment process, a resolution extending use of public and private space for outdoor seating, sales, and customer pickup, and tentatively a resolution for removing the HCD director position from the hold list. Our work session on December 2nd will be on library expansion, renovation plans, options, and costs. We will then meet also on Wednesday, December 9th. The first part of the meeting that will start at 7:30 will be our annual joint priorities meeting with our D20 delegation. We will start that meeting with a welcome and overview. It is possible to have public comments that evening, and we ask that people sign up ahead of time for those public comments. It'll be available on the city website. We'll have a presentation of Tacoma Park legislative priorities for the year. The delegation will talk about the work that they plan on doing in the upcoming legislative session, and then we'll have a summary and closing. Then after that, we will have a regular city council meeting, probably starting around 9 p.m. And that on our agenda is tentatively a resolution regarding library expansion and renovation, and a resolution setting forth the dates for the city council's holiday recess. We will be in recess then until January 13th. So those are the upcoming agenda items and meetings that the council will have for the rest of this year. Next on our agenda this evening, this is the new Tacoma Park City Council for 2020 till 2022, I guess we're here until November 2022. And because we had to do the swearing in on Monday outside, it was a very short program. This evening, we will have members of the incoming council provide statements. And so we could do this in an orderly fashion and just start with Ward 1 and go through all the wards if Councilmember Kovar is ready to go.
I'm always ready to go.
All right, then we will just go through the wards then.
And just one question before I start. There were a couple of other points not connected specifically to the election that I wanted to mention. Should we just save that for the end after everybody's spoken? Or?
No, you get one shot. You speak.
There is a council comments section later on the agenda.
Oh, there's a council comment section later.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Our regular. This is just imagine it was Monday after the swearing in, and if we had been able to do it as in pre-COVID times, this would be the opportunity for the incoming council
Got
to say a few words. But
I said I was always ready. It didn't mean I understood what we're doing. So thank you. And thank you for that. And I really appreciate having the opportunity to kick this off and to welcome all my colleagues back. And I really want to say a big thank you, certainly to people in Ward 1 who voted for me, but really more broadly for the entire city and all the participation that we had, the huge record number of voters who turned out and voted. We were hoping for that, and I'm glad to see that the numbers really were high. And I also think that just the participation that we saw is so crucial when it's put in this larger context. So what's still sadly going on at the national level, where the results are kind of up in the air, and the reality that we were able to pull together and do everything that needed to be done for the mail-in drop-off system, I think is a real credit to our voters, but also our staff and Jesse Carpenter and the other volunteers, and of course the Board of Elections. And so I really want to start by thanking the board and the clerk and all the volunteers. And I talked to some of them on election day outside the community center, and really appreciate everything that they all did to make the vote work this year. Beyond that, of course, as I said, I appreciate everybody in Ward 1 for voting. I do want to thank my family that provided great support. Some was moral support from afar. My wife, Paula, really helped me in a lot of ways and was the treasurer and did a lot of the web work and the hand holding, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without her. And then there were people who took yard signs and endorsed me and hosted events and participated in events, and really just all the amazing conversations that I had with people and the level of engagement that people showed. I appreciate all of that. And so thanks. I'm looking forward to the next 2 years and to serving with my colleagues.
Next, Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. Wow, on the turnout. I'm just so excited that so many people took the time to care enough to vote in the city election. That's very special. And I said it Monday, but I'll say it again. A thank you and a great shout out to the Board of Elections, our tireless Board of Elections, our hardworking city clerk, and all the staff that helped out to make this election possible. I want to say thank you to Ward 2 voters, and I'm humbled by your confidence in me. And I hope to build on this enthusiasm and see if we can work together to achieve some of the goals that we've set out here. I am excited that our team is returning under Mayor Stewart's leadership, and I look forward to progress in implementing the agenda we laid out in the first term. And I want to acknowledge we're not going to agree all the time on all issues, of course not. But I want to let Ward 2 voters and my colleagues know that my virtual door is always open to talking through issues at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Ward 3, my city councilwoman, Casey Kostick.
Thank you. I want to reiterate the thanks to the Board of Elections and all the volunteers, and to Jesse and the city staff for putting together what was in many, many ways, and especially considering the circumstances, a very seamless election. Really appreciate it. And a huge thank you to all of you who voted. I think Ward 3 wins the award for the highest turnout, which is awesome. It was more than 3 times the turnout in the 2017 election in Ward 3, which is extremely exciting. And, you know, I'm hoping we can continue to increase turnout, but we can be really happy with the numbers that we have for this election. And I really hope people will continue to stay engaged and continue to follow what's happening in the city council after they voted, because I think this is a great opportunity for increased engagement. I really want to thank Ali for running for city council and for their commitment to the community and the great discussions that we had, and a chance to really kind of get to know Ali a little better. And I hope that we'll have opportunities in the future to work together on many of the issues that we have interest in and that are important to the ward and to the city as a whole. I also want to thank my treasurer and friend, Mundi Shenki, for her assistance and support, and to all of the people who helped me and supported me in my campaign. And of course, to my family for constantly supporting me and listening to my stories and bouncing things off of them as I try to work out in my head sometimes what makes sense. But most of all, I want to thank everyone in Ward 3 for putting your trust in me. It's really, really an honor to serve in this position as your representative. And I'm really grateful for the discussions we've had over the past few months in particular. I think they've been really, really meaningful, and had a chance in this COVID era to delve into really important issues with people. So I'm looking forward to continuing to do that. I want to wish all of my colleagues on the council congratulations as well. I'm really looking forward to working with all of you again and getting down to business. We've got a lot to do, and I'm excited to get back into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to start out by thanking my campaign manager, Eli Protus. He's a young man who had recently graduated high school, and it's so exciting to see his interest in continuing and participating in the community. I also want to thank my wife, of course, who is my faithful partner in this position. And of course, all the residents for their continuing support and their confidence in me. It's a real honor. I'm so pleased to see the incredible voter turnout this year. I'd like to take credit for that, but I think that this happened without regard to the decisions that we made on how we were going to improve voter turnout. I look forward to working with everyone in the community, especially in Ward 4, to keep Tacoma Park such a special place to live. Of course, we all need to thank the election board for their incredible work this year. The voter turnout was a blessing for us, but not such a blessing for the Board of Elections who had to count all those votes. And the mail-in votes, I think, helped to get the count up to where it was. I mean, we had over 600 voters cast their votes in Ward 4. But that meant they had to count all those votes, and the mail-in votes were a little harder to count. Also, then, of course, congratulate my colleagues on your wins this year. It's good that we're back together and can work together for another 2 years. I don't promise to thank you every night, but as long as we agree, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Smith.
First, I would like to thank my wife for being with me during this election. It was very interesting. At some points, I didn't know how many people I was running against. I want to thank all the people that came out to vote. I think it's obvious that we will have voting by mail as a major part of Tacoma Park elections going forward. The turnout was fantastic. I want to thank the comptroller, our future governor, for his endorsement. I want to thank Mike Tabor for his support, and AJ and all the other residents in the ward that helped me during this election. There are some big issues in Ward 5 that I plan on tackling, starting with the Washington Adventist former hospital campus. Gonna work with Washington Adventist University on, and how to reposition some of the commercial properties on Flower Avenue. And then, of course, trying to make sure the quality of life for the renters in Ward 5 raises to the level that they deserve. With COVID-19, the requests for help just continue each and every day. This was a very interesting election. It made me think about a lot of things on leadership and how to broaden how I can be effective, not just in Ward 5, but throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Searcy.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. So I just want to, one of the joys and the pains of going last is that you sound like a broken record. But I do want to just thank all of my colleagues. I definitely look forward to working with you all again. I also want to make sure that I give all of the credit to the folks that were working behind the scenes on my behalf. Kelly Skelton did a tremendous amount of work just helping me to get web pages put together and meetings and things. And Haley Carpenter, thank you both so much for all of your support. And of course, Doris Durante over in Hampshire Towers and all of the outreach that she did, not just in support of any particular candidate, but also just in trying to help to encourage residents in the multifamily buildings during a time such as COVID, where it's really a sensitive time for people, really helping to get folks signed up to vote, signed up and registered to vote. I also want to thank Jesse Carpenter and the Board of Elections for all of the hard work that you all did in making sure that every vote was counted. I think mail-in voting is the way forward, but I think simply doing mail-in voting alone is not enough. It's clear that we're going to have to do more in a number of our multifamily buildings prior to future elections to make sure that we have people registered to vote and they understand the process. And I think that's something that's going to be critical going forward. And then, again, I just want to thank all of the residents in Ward 6. It is a tremendous honor to be selected, and with great power comes great responsibility, right? So I definitely look forward to continuing to work on your behalf. We have the purple line to deal with. We have the impacts of businesses of COVID-19. We still have the impacts of COVID-19 on residents in our community who are struggling right now. We have budget issues we need to address. There's a plethora of issues, including the rec center development and engagement, that we're going to need to all come together as a community. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you to learn from you, but also try to help to address some of the challenges that lie ahead. So again, thank you so much, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman Searcy. So I will be the broken record tonight, and I want to just take this moment and really thank everyone who engaged, voted, volunteered to make this city election this year a great success. As we've said, we had record turnout in our city. More than 4,000 people voted than in our last election. And there was a lot to handle these last few months. And I do want to, again, thank our Board of Elections and our city clerk for their remarkable job they did. And I know so many other people helped in doing that. And when we get to our proclamations tonight, we will be naming many of those folks. I know we've learned a lot of lessons about doing elections in the city, and I look forward to continuing to debrief on that in the coming months. I also want to thank my colleagues, thank them for running again, and thank everyone who ran for elected office this year. It takes a great deal to put yourself out there and your family out there and run for office. And I just want to thank everyone for doing so, and I look forward to working together in the future. I want to particularly thank my own family this evening, my husband, John, who has been there every step of the way on this journey. My mother-in-law, Barbara, who since I first met her has been a role model for me and a huge support, and that goes far beyond Sunday night dinners at her house. And I want to thank my children, Jamie, who even when he moved back to Vermont, was always just a text away to read something for me and to push me and my thinking beyond my comfort zone. And to Bridget, who, along with an incredible team of young people this year, accomplished more than we thought possible these last few months. I want to thank Bridget for organizing, her hard work, and her ability to tell me what I needed to hear, even though I wasn't always what I wanted to hear from her. All of you are my strength, and I thank you for not only just helping through this election this year, but for all your support. And I really am honored to have been chosen by the voters of the city to represent you all again. And I promise no matter who you voted for, I will work and strive every day to represent and serve every resident of the city. As my colleague said, and as we'll discuss tonight, we have a great deal of work ahead of us. And now is our time for our community to come together. We know what we can accomplish when residents, city staff, our council members, businesses, community leaders work to support one another and help those most in need. And in the midst of this pandemic, we're going to need that more than ever. I'm encouraged by so much of what I witnessed during this campaign. New voices joining the conversation about the direction of our city, young people actively participating in public debates, new candidates raising ideas and issues, and meaningful discussions about racial equity, housing, public safety, and the environment. And we know that we hold in common our love for our neighbors, our commitment to those most in need, and our goal of creating a more just, equitable, and sustainable community. And that is stronger than any of the differences we may have. I'm also very heartened by the new leadership we'll have in our country. And today I'd like to close with the advice and thoughts of our new Vice President-elect and ask that our own children here in our community, regardless of their gender, take the advice of Vice President-elect Harris when she said, "Dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see yourselves in a way that others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. But know that we applaud you every step of the way." Thank you. All right, now with that, I think this is a great transition to our Youth Council. So I want to turn it over to, I saw Asha before on Zoom. I think she's here. Asha Henry, who is the chair of the Youth Council. Are you still with us, Asha?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, great. There you are. Okay. I thought I saw you before. I'm going to turn the meeting over to you so you can introduce members of the Youth Council. So take it away.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Asha. I'm Ward 6, and I was recently elected by my peers as the new chairperson of the Youth Council, and I'm very excited to keep working with lots of new people on the council this year. So we've got lots of new ideas to work with some things that have been going on, working through COVID and doing things that will help the youth during this difficult time. And so Mauricia, who is on the Zoom as well, she is the vice chair. And so we're looking forward to this new season, this new term. And we have a lot of ideas and lots of things coming up. And then also on the Zoom, we have Emmy and August, who are also on the Youth Council, as well as Dakota and Julia, who are going to be our liaisons this year. So they'll be attending these meetings. And then if we have statements to give or something like that, they'll be the ones that will be handling that.
Great. Terrific. Well, thank you, Asha, and everyone on the Youth Council. We look forward to working with you this year. And if there's anything that you need from us prior to a meeting, let us know. But we're looking forward to seeing you on Zoom. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice night.
Thanks. Great. Next, now we'll go to our proclamations this evening. We have 4 proclamations, and the first one I want to begin with is a proclamation. Oops, my computer. Recognizing the Crossroads Farmers Market and Crossroads Ambassadors for their support to the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll read this aloud. Whereas the Crossroads Farmers Market has been an essential food resource for the Tacoma-Langley community since 2007, and whereas this year, amongst unprecedented challenges facing the community due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Crossroads continued to be a vital resource for the community. And whereas in April and May, Crossroads offered an unlimited match on Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, EBT, and maintained the match at $50 for the remainder of the season. As of November 10th, Crossroads has matched more than $23,000 in SNAP benefits. And whereas volunteers committed more than 500 collective hours to support market and community-supported agriculture operations, and whereas Crossroads Farmers Market expanded its multi-farm CSA to offer 80 shares to 2 low-income senior centers at no cost, and whereas Crossroads Community Ambassadors reached over 3,000 people to share information about the market, matching benefits, and signing up for SNAP, Of these, 1,200 learned about the market for the first time. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the council, staff, and residents, do hereby express appreciation to the Crossroads Farmers Market, including the Crossroads ambassadors, for their support to the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'd like to specifically recognize the Crossroads ambassadors, Shannon Tomac, Maria Chavez, Michelle Dudley, Flor Jans, Ruth Nijak, Evelyn Cruz, and Suha Som. And apologies on if I got any pronunciations incorrect, but I just want to thank you all so much. And I know some of the ambassadors, I see Ruth with us, and some of the others are with us this evening. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if any of you want to say anything. I see Suha is also with us. Any words given your experiences with Crossroads this year? No? Hi, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're here
Yeah,
too.
I'll just speak on just a little bit too. I'm the market manager. My name's Sarah Servin, and I just this year was unprecedented, as we all know, and I just really appreciate all of the support that we've had from the city, from all of our volunteers and ambassadors, and it really was an entire community effort to continue to make the market run and operate smoothly and successfully and really thrive in such a unique setting. So we are all very appreciative of Tacoma Park and its residents, and yeah, the space that we were able to share together this year, and looking forward to next year as well. Next week's the last week of market, so I invite you all.
Yes. Thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate that. And I hope to be able to attend the market next week and provide you with the proclamations to give to the ambassadors. So thank you very much for joining us this evening and for all the work that you've been doing. The market has been terrific this year. Next, we have a proclamation on Municipal Government Workers Month. And let me pull that one up. Okay, this is a proclaiming November as Municipal Government Works Month, whereas the City of Tacoma Park is one of 157 Maryland municipalities, and whereas municipal government represents the most responsive level of government, allowing residents to have direct access to their elected officials, and whereas municipalities enhance the quality of life for their residents by providing various services tailored to the particular needs and desires of the community, and whereas the City of Tacoma Park maintains municipal facilities, streets, sidewalks, parks, natural areas, collects refuse and recycling, clears snow and leaves, manages stormwater facilities, protects tenants through rent stabilization and other laws, provides recreation classes and programs, maintains a full-service municipal library and a full-service police department. And whereas the year of 2020 has been a year of hard challenges due to the pandemic and elections, and during this year of work of local government employees and committee members has been critical in meeting the extraordinary needs of residents and businesses and upholding the integrity of the electoral system. And whereas in an effort to educate residents about municipal government and the importance of active and informed participation by residents, the City of Tacoma Park is proud to promote municipal government awareness. And whereas municipalities help to make Maryland a great place to live, work, play, and explore, and in the most difficult times, they help keep communities safe and provide support and hope for the future. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents, do hereby join the Maryland Municipal League in proclaiming November to be Municipal Government Works Month in the City of Tacoma Park. And I just want to give a special shout out to everyone who worked on the elections this year. We had our Board of Elections, Brian Ernst, Arthur David Olson, Matt Ling, Lori Grazio, Kimberly Allen, and Curtis Antonucci. Our community members, Ann Sargent, Joan Francis, Conrad Bone, Benjamin Finley, Julie Weber, and Susan Finley. The city clerk's office, we had Jesse Carpenter, Irma Navalvatari, Blake Vining, and Dasha Lewis. Communications, we had Donna Alvaro, John, and BM. Public Works, we have John, Darrell, Ronnie, Marcini, John Dudley, Crystal Holt, Walker Lattimore. In our library, we have Ellen, Ann, Nick, Karen, Janet. And recreation, we have Debbie, Daniel, Christine, and finance is Kiros, and our city manager's office, Jessica Clark. And a special acknowledgement for our pandemic response from our housing and economic development city staff, our communication and finance offices, as well as our deputy city manager and our emergency manager, have all really served our community. And our workers in our police department and our public works have been working tirelessly over these last 9 months. So I just wanted to take the time to do a shout out to everyone and thank them all for all their hard work. So thank you, everyone. All right, our last oh no, I have two more. This is a long night. The next one is a proclamation for Small Business Saturday. And that one's here. So November 28th is Small Business Saturday. Whereas the City of Tacoma Park celebrates our local businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas advocacy groups and public and private organizations across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. And whereas one of Tacoma Park's great assets is its unique array of locally owned and operated independent businesses, which are part of the fabric of the community. And whereas local business owners and operators invest in Tacoma Park, contribute to the local economy, offer quality jobs for residents, engage in civic concerns, support local initiatives, and are essential to our success as a community. And whereas support for these businesses is critical to maintaining a socially, environmentally, and financially sustainable and vibrant community. And whereas we value the businesses located in Old Town, the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads, Long Branch, Flower, and Erie, along New Hampshire Avenue and Maple Avenue, and celebrate the diversity of the goods and services they provide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby proclaim November 28th, 2020 as Small Business Saturday in Tacoma Park and encourage all residents to support local businesses by buying locally on November 30th and throughout the year. Thank you. And then finally, our last but not least is our proclamation of Mayor Pro Tem. And this is the appointment of our Mayor Pro Tem for the next 2 years. Whereas the mayor serves as the member of the City Council, sets an agenda, and presides at all meetings of the council. And whereas in accordance with the city charter, the mayor has the power to appoint a member of the council as Mayor Pro Tempore, who shall serve in the mayor's absence. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby appoint Terry Siemens, Councilmember Ward 4, as Mayor Pro Tem on this day. And I just want to say thank you very much to Councilmember Siemens for having served that role for a number of years now. And I can't think of anyone who I want in that role. And I just want to thank him for all his years of service and continuing to be willing to be Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you, Terry.
Thank you for your confidence.
Great. All right, now I'm going to stop talking because I'm done. And we're going to turn it over now to public comments. I think we had 3 people sign up. I think first is Tracy Duval. Is Tracy with us? I thought I saw before.
Yes, Tracy should be with us.
Here I am. So,
okay.
It reset my, never mind. Hi, congratulations on your re-elections. My name's Tracy Duvall, and I'd like to make your life easier with regard to Tacoma Junction. I live directly across Columbia Avenue from the proposed above-ground garage, so I have a lot at stake. And so do my neighbors, and as far as I can tell, we're unanimously opposed to this particular proposal, which I hope would weigh heavily in your deliberations. I understand that reviewing all of the details of this proposal is daunting, especially given your other very important duties at this time, and I'm here to help. Because I stand a lot to lose in terms of property value and, more importantly, happiness if this plan is approved, I practically have to go over each document. And I believe my neighbors are doing the same. I'm not doing this as part of any organization, and I get no pleasure from it. But the good news is that I can and will share this newfound expertise with you coming soon. I promise that anything you receive from me will be as accurate, concise, and polite as I can make it. The accuracy, at least, will distinguish it from NDC's reports and fanciful illustrations. But there's another authoritative resource that I'd like to point out to you tonight: the Development Review Committee's advice to the city when commenting on the previous iteration of NDC's proposal. Here is a relatively independent and disinterested voice providing guidance. Trained professionals whose full-time job is to promote best practices in development. Paraphrased, here are some of the things they stated. First, we do not support the location of the lay-by area, and it should be removed prior to the certified preliminary plan for the following reasons. The truck loading area appears to overlap with the crosswalk. The proposed truck loading area is eliminating an existing bike share station. We do not support this. There is an existing bus stop which should also remain in place. We recommend that the applicant install a bus shelter. They also said, while it isn't a bicycle and pedestrian priority area, we suggest the city consider treating this crossroads area like it is. They also note that the lay-by would make both the bike share station and the bike lane unsafe. Finally, we suggest the city of Tacoma Park consider keeping the driveway at grade, that is, no below grade garage, apparently for safety reasons. I hope you'll find the materials that I will submit soon useful, and I especially hope that you will heed the guidance of the county's Development Review Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Randy Gibson.
Hi.
We can't hear you. Oh, sorry, Randy, you put yourself back on mute. We could hear you and then.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Start again. Thank you.
Randy Gibson here. Speaking on behalf of Tacoma Park Mobilization, Tally, Community, the Coffee or Climate Action Coffee Group. And I just wanted, first of all, to newly re-elected mayor and city council, congratulations. It is exciting that so many of our fellow residents showed their commitment to local governance issues and significantly expanded the electorate. The members of Tally, Climate Action Coffee welcome your leadership over the next 2 years on the important issues facing our community. As Tacoma Park residents and allies, we desire to work closely with you on some of those issues, particularly environmental and climate change challenges and opportunities. In light of the multiple issues facing us, and due to the city's limited resources, we believe that Tacoma Park residents need to share the responsibility for forward progress with you. To that end, your support of resident empowerment and inclusion will be key to our collective success. Members of Climate Action Coffee have already contacted the city on a couple of issues and are awaiting responses. We anticipate taking an active role in these and other environmental discussions and policy input. This includes, but is not limited to, the following: Climate Action and Sustainability Plan, Public Space Management Plan, Dorothy's Woods restoration efforts, native plants policy prioritization, recycling, composting, and reducing plastics efforts. Please let us know when we can assist you in creating the environmentally sustainable and just community that we want to become. We promise to keep you apprised of our projects and developing opportunities for collaboration. On behalf of Tally, Climate Action Coffee, thank you very much and looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Did Ms. Mary Jean Machui, was she able to join? I know she was on the list.
I am sorry to say she does not seem to be with us right now.
Okay, it is a bit before we thought we would get to public comments, so if she joins us, we can do that. And then we do have an opportunity for additional council comments. Councilmember Kovar, are you ready? You want to start?
Yes, and just a couple of quick things. Thank you, Mayor. And these are both things that have been called to my attention by several people in the community that I just wanted to flag. And I think on one of them, the city manager is planning to address in part in her city manager comments later this evening. That relates to the wearing of masks in public. And I think I'd be interested in learning more about what role, if any, the city staff would have potentially in enforcement / encouragement of public mask wearing. That includes in areas like, say, the Laurel Avenue space and so on. And I understand that it's the county and the state have the lead role in putting out the guidelines and the requirements and so on with regard to that. But I think the city could do more to help promote that. As I said, I understand the city manager's mentioning that, but maybe when she does, she could add a little bit more about other steps that we might be able to take beyond just saying, hey, everybody don't forget to do it. And the second thing that I've heard, and this is also a safety related concern, particularly with the change in the clocks now, and so it's darker earlier, and I've heard in the past that there's a higher incidence of accidents involving automobiles with pedestrians and cyclists, particularly around the first month of when that happens. But a number of residents have pointed out to me that there's plenty of cyclists who aren't wearing helmets or who don't wear lights. And again, I don't know that the city per se has the responsibility to take the lead on that, but to the extent that there are steps we can take to help enforce and encourage people to do that, I would certainly support that. And I'll say right now, I think cyclists should wear helmets and have lights when they're riding at night. So just two important safety things. And in particular, I'd like to hear more from the staff at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilman Kostick next.
Thank you. A couple of items. First of all, I am doing a very informal survey of Ward 3 residents just to get some input from people on what things you're excited about, what things you're worried about, what things you'd like to work on in the future. I've circulated a link to this in my weekly email, but if you haven't seen it, please be in contact with me. I've already heard from a number of people, and it's been really interesting to see the different responses. So I really appreciate all who have filled it out, and looking forward to having more as well. I'm also going to be starting an effort of profiling some different residents in my profiling sounds a little creepy in that sense. That's not how I mean it. I guess writing profiles about residents in Ward 3 in my weekly emails a couple times a month, just as an opportunity for people to connect with other members of the community during this time when we don't have a lot of social interaction. And I'm excited that the first profiles I'm working on are of two of our youth council members, our two youth council members from Ward 3, Julia and Marussia. And I hope to have those profiles available soon. And I'm sure you'll all enjoy reading a little more about them and getting to know them a little better. But if anyone is interested in being profiled or has a suggestion for somebody who might, please let me know. And then I also am having my virtual office hours time this coming Monday at 7:30 p.m. Please join me if there's anything you want to talk about or any ideas you have. And then I just have a couple of updates. As I think probably some of my colleagues are participating in the National League of Cities conference this week. I'm a member of the Human Development Federal Advocacy Committee, which focuses on a whole range of different sort of social service and education related topics. And I'm excited that I have been appointed as vice chair of the HD committee for the coming year. And I am really excited about some of the policies that policy recommendations in terms of what NLC's position is on policies like immigration and refugee resettlement, declaring racism as a public health emergency, workforce development, and childcare as just a few of those things. I think we really developed some great policies for NLC this year. And I've had a chance to participate in a couple of really important and useful sessions so far in the NLC conference. One of the takeaways, and there have been many, but one of the things I just wanted to mention today, particularly for city staff, was that there was a discussion about the real lack of understanding that a lot of people have in communities across the country with regard to what post-secondary educational opportunities there are, and that local governments can try to help connect people and demystify some of the opportunities in terms of apprenticeship programs, training programs, community college, and all the different various programs that are available to people. And I know that our economic development manager has been working on workforce development issues. And I think that's really great in terms of helping connect people to this. So as much as possible, maybe we can work on providing more information to people in the community. And then finally, we had a transportation planning board meeting today. And I just wanted to let folks know about 2 items. The first is that we approved a transportation alternative set-aside grant for DC programs. And one of those is a right-of-way analysis for sidewalk improvements on Blair Road, very close to the metro station, the Tacoma Metro Station, looking to improve the sidewalk there and widen it. So that's something I think Tacoma Park residents might be impacted by. And there's also a really interesting project they're doing on murals, curb cut extensions with really beautiful murals designed by local artists. And then additionally, the TPB staff is going to be undertaking some analysis of what is needed in order to meet the greenhouse gas goals and greenhouse gas emission goals that the TPB set recently in terms of vehicle emissions and vehicle miles traveled, and is looking to specifically kind of identify what actual actions need to be taken to reduce driving and also to switch over to electric vehicles so that we can actually achieve these goals. And so I'm hoping we'll have some useful information on this in the future and can move that from more of an aspirational thing to a really tangible action item. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, Councilmember Smith.
First, I'd like to take a minute and just thank residents that work every day to help make the quality of life for people in Ward 5 better. I'd like to thank Jackie, Alex, Gannett, Faith, Pat, Jay, Ruth, and Denise. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Jackie's doing something really interesting with a pilot, an after-school tutoring pilot to try to help kids that are having trouble trying to do all their schoolwork online. The Penn Wharton budget model just came out with some data that says that they estimate a cost of $12,000 to $15,000 per month in future weight earnings for students enrolled in K through 12 schools closed by the pandemic. So you're going to lose, they believe, $12,000 to $15,000 per month. I had an opportunity to attend the design of the playground at Sligo and Kennebec. The county hosted a meeting online. They believe that they're going to be able to start working on the crosswalk at Kennebec and Sligo Creek. They will paint the crosswalk. It'll be a raised crosswalk. Hopefully that will help pedestrians that are crossing Sligo to get to the playground. And that will, I think, be a great addition to the community. This work will start this winter. The actual playground will move, it will shift. It's going to be north of where it is now. I will put out some information on my social media channels. If people want to actually comment, that is more than welcome. Hopefully the playground will be completed by fall 2021. See. Oh, I want to give a special thanks to Ian and Daryl for all their work on trying to finish up the Flower Avenue Green Street project. The residents have had many questions. Ian and Daryl have been great addressing issues like the stop signs and the little dip that is at Maplewood and Flower that eventually will be fixed. So I appreciate all of the hard work that they've done on this project. This is probably the most complicated project in Flower or in Ward 5. So I do appreciate everything that they've done. And then finally, I'm going to have a future Zoom meeting for the ward to talk about ward issues, especially what's going to happen on the future of the Washington Adventist Hospital campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman DeValla.
Here we go. Yes, hi, everybody. A few things, starting at the county level. The Montgomery County Energy Summit is this week, and the focus is on renewable energy. Plus, we heard the county executive, the director of the county DEP, and county council vice president Hucker all talk about what their priorities are in the next few months for climate action at the county level. So that's all been really interesting. At the national level, I've also been going to the National League of Cities conference, and the Energy and Environment Committee met this week. And in the coming year, we'll be focusing on climate and on water infrastructure, including stormwater at the national level. So I just want everybody to know that. At the regional level, it's that kind of week. There are two regional committee meetings for the Council of Governments that I'm involved in. The big news is that the Committee on Energy and Environment Policy, CEPC, passed the climate plan for the region. So the last time we met, as a group, we passed the goals. It went to the board passed them, and they've been adopted regionally. Now we've tackled the full plan, which includes resiliency measures. Why do I talk about this? Because it helps Tacoma Park to see these actions embraced by other communities or throughout the region as a group. So I just wanted to get that on everybody's radar screen, especially anybody who might be going to the board of directors meeting. And the Chesapeake Bay, the Bay Committee is going to be meeting later this week. And last but not least, I wanted to mention that the county has a long-range planning effort that I believe the city manager mentioned a couple of weeks ago, Thrive 2050. I've had a number of residents ask me questions about it and ask if the city is going to be commenting. And I believe that the city is. I didn't see it in your notes, Susie, so I'm glad I mentioned it now and then remind you that you can speak to it a little later. And that's it for me. I'm looking forward to next week when I don't have to go to any regional meetings.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeValla, and thank you for representing us at all those regional meetings. Councilwoman Searcy.
Great. So a couple of quick things. One, last night I had the opportunity to attend the Prince George's Spaces, Sidewalk, and Streetscapes meeting. They focused a lot on University Boulevard through the Crossroads area up to the University of Maryland and some potential improvements that might be made in addition to efforts underway with the Purple Line. It was a very interesting discussion, and definitely there were a number of cases where it makes sense for us to work with Prince George's County to make sure that we're requesting the same things. So for instance, Montgomery County's Purple Line connectivity report highlighted that we might want to consider decreasing the speed limit in the Crossroads area down to 25 miles per hour. And on the Prince George's planning side, they were still sticking with the 35 miles per hour for the Crossroads area and what they're recommending. So there's a few places where I think it would make sense for us to really work together to ensure that one side of the street doesn't have an ultra-modern bus shelter approach, and then we're doing something totally different. So definitely think it's important for our planning staff to be abreast of what's happening on the Prince George's side, so that we can try to bridge connections between Montgomery County plans, what we plan for the Crossroads area, and some of the projects we have underway, and what Prince George's may be considering. Another thing, the Recreation Center, virtual visioning and goal setting meetings. There's lots of virtual meetings that are happening through December. So I just want to encourage folks who haven't had an opportunity to attend some of the previous community engagement events around the rec center development and kind of vision and information gathering to please participate. There's a number of virtual meetings that will be happening. So just pick one. And if you want to stay completely up to date, sorry, I see Councilmember Dabala's hand raised.
Yeah, I just would like to ask if there's something written about the dates that either you or staff can circulate so that we can send it to people in our wards who might want to be involved in that. That didn't mean to interrupt you in mid-sentence.
Right.
Thanks.
Actually stole my thunder. What I was going to say is encourage people who are interested in staying up to date on events to actually sign up for the Engage Tacoma platform. It's one of the easiest ways to make sure that you get those emails in terms of future events and information about next steps and able to kind of have direct connection. So definitely want to encourage people to use that platform because it is one of the great ways to make sure that you're automatically signed up to get some of those announcements. But definitely can forward around the Engage Tacoma information that was sent around with all of the dates. And again, they're happening almost every few days. There was one that happened yesterday. The next one is on the 20th, and they're going all the way through the first week of December. And then lastly, just want to remind folks that although the Purple Line project is delayed, it is not dead. Want to definitely thank staff and the mayor. There was a series of events that happened while we were in election mode, working with Delegate Wilkins on a press conference in terms of trying to release some funds that Governor Hogan currently has for businesses along the Purple Line route that have been negatively impacted as a result of construction. That happened. We also did a walking tour with MTA staff to make sure that they were aware of all of the remnants of contractors past that's still plaguing folks along University Boulevard. So that happened. And so the community advisory team meetings are still happening. The next one for University Boulevard is on December the 1st at 6:30. So definitely want to encourage folks who are interested in staying abreast of Purple Line and particularly the Tacoma Langley station to sign up for the University Boulevard alerts and to listen in on the virtual community advisory team meeting that's happening on December the 1st. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. A couple of things. I've been also participating in the National League of Cities the conference this week. Today was actually officially my last day as co-chair of the Real Council. I've been doing that for the last 2 years, we had a great meeting. I will still be on the council, but it was just the work that the Real Council has been able to do this year has been really remarkable, and so it was a great privilege to serve on that. Last week, I testified in front of the Montgomery County delegation on behalf of the city. We will talk about legislative priorities a little bit later tonight, but I just wanted to let everyone know that I testified regarding, as Councilwoman Searcy said, the governor releasing the money for the businesses impacted by the Purple Line. I raised issues regarding tax duplication and expressed our support for community choice energy, Delegate Charkoudian's bill, and our continued support for stable homes, what had been known as the Just Cause Eviction Bill that Delegate Wilkins has put forward. And so we will talk about this more later of what bills we'll be testifying on in the upcoming months. In addition, I just want to also do a shout out to County Councilmember Evan Glass, who put together and organized the working tour that Councilwoman Searcy and a number of the city staff and our delegation participated in along New Hampshire Avenue regarding the Purple Line. And finally, I just want to do a plug for the library and people staying safe over the holidays. I know families may not be able to get together in our traditional ways, or there may not be travel, but our library is still able to have you pick up books to go. So at this time, I know it can be really hard, but we all need to do our part to stay safe, and just want to suggest people stack up on some books over the next few weeks, and use the library that is available. I think that's all for me, and I will. Oh, actually, Miss Mary Jane Machuey, I believe, joined. So before I turn it over to the city manager, why don't we hear from Miss Machuey? I'll ask Miss Carpenter. Is she with us?
I believe she is. Ms. Machuey, are you able to speak? She is on the phone. And I am sorry.
It looks muted.
Yeah, it looks muted.
Yeah, I know, but when I unmute, it doesn't do anything.
All right. Well, maybe we can work on that, and I'll turn it over to the city manager, and maybe by the time the city manager's done with her update, we'll have Ms. Machuey.
We'll work on that.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I just have a couple of things because I have a much longer presentation later in the evening. So I'll just highlight a couple items. First is the COVID-19 cases are increasing. Today is the horrible day when the country has crossed the 250,000 death mark. And that's just so sobering. I remember in March when we were shutting down that I was reading a projection in a British medical journal that if we didn't do things well, we might hit 200,000. And the mere fact that we're at 250,000 is just horrible. With the numbers raising, I've heard a lot of angst from my staff and from residents. And a little bit, some people are concerned that the virus is different now than it used to be. The actual virus is not different. It's the same virus. It's the same seriousness. It's just that more people have it. And I want to emphasize that the primary means of contracting the virus is by breathing in what others are breathing out. That's why masks are so important. Masks that cover the mouth and nose are very effective at protecting yourself and others. Please wear the mask. And gathering together with many people, particularly when masks are off for eating, drinking, laughing, singing, shouting, or exercising, is very dangerous. I'd like to address Councilmember Kovar's request about, how do we do enforcement? Most of the enforcement is by the county health department, but our police department is able to enforce. And if we see an issue, we will enforce it. What I'd like to encourage people is wear masks. And then as the holidays are upon us, rather than gathering together, think of other ways to celebrate. Make plans to call relatives and people you know who live alone or who may be going through hard times. I mean, many people have lost family members. You may want to bake something for others and drop it off, along with a handmade card from your children or something else cheerful. I will say, as a person living by myself, the idea that I have people calling me is something I'm looking forward to, and I know many will feel the same. Don't have to be old to be in that category. So just think of your neighbors and reach out. The important part is that celebrating this way this year will allow us all to celebrate together next year. And so we will continue to get the word out. We've put signs in all the businesses about, and Councilmember Dabala has helped us get those signs out to wear masks. We're trying in every way possible, but a lot of this is us being role models. And I just want people to remember that Tacoma Park is not different than North Dakota or El Paso or New Jersey. We're all people that can get the virus if we don't wear masks. So please do that and make the peer pressure work. The other things that I just wanted to mention, a couple quick things. I was going to go over the quarterly report. We had a hiccup in getting one of our invoices in from a business. And so I will do that on December 2nd. You'll hear lots of financial information tonight, so you won't miss that. And just to note that for Thanksgiving, the City of Tacoma Park operations will be closed Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and that includes books to go. So if you're gonna do the books to go, get them early so you have the whole weekend to read. And we're looking forward to putting lots more. I don't know who all has seen the picture of 90 bags of books to go that were out there the other day. We appreciate the business and we want more. I think that's it. And I have lots to cover later, but I know we have a long night. So.
Great.
Can I just add a quick little snippet, which is related to the library? One of the things people should be aware of is that sometimes books that are not available at the Montgomery County system are available here. My family was actually able to get some that were on huge holds in the Montgomery County system, but they were available here. So check it out if you're looking for books.
Excellent to hear.
Great. Ms. Carpenter, are we able to get Ms. Machui on the line?
I am sorry to say she's not with us at this point.
Okay. All right. Then we will move on to our presentations. We have a presentation on our FY 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report and Audit. Do I want to turn it over to the city manager to tee this one up for us? For our
Sure.
audit?
We also have our finance director, Susan.
Oh,
Chalmers.
okay. Susan's with us. Okay, great.
So Susan, would you like to do the introduction? Let's see if she comes on here. Well, in any event, we can turn it over to, there she is. Susan, would you like to do the introduction? We lost you. There you go.
Yes, I am very happy that this year we've completed our financial report on a timely manner, and I have the auditing company Cohen & Resnick to complete our 2 audits, our interim audit and also the final audit, which was performed on September of 2020. And tonight we have our audit manager, Vladimir Kim, and also the audit partner, Dan Kenny. They're going to present the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive financial report. And please take away and we'll listen carefully. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Kenny, audit partner with Cohn Resnick, and with me is Vladimir Kim. He's the manager with Cohn Resnick. We're here to present the June 30, 2020 financial statements for the city of Tacoma. Vlad, are you going to go ahead and put the item on the screen for us?
Yep, I'm going to share right now.
All right, thank you.
Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. All right, so this evening we're going to go over the independent auditor's report. Then we have a few graphs for you. Then I'm going to talk about the internal control letter and then go through the communication with those charged with governance and then the single audit. So on the next page, this is our independent auditor's report, indicates we've audited the city as of and for the year ended June 30, 2020. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements, and our audit was done in accordance with government auditing standards and also generally accepted auditing standards. And we believe the audit evidence we've obtained is sufficient and appropriate to render an opinion. And in our opinion, the financial statements are fairly presented for the year end. This page is the RSI information and the other information. And that specifically talks about the MD&A and the budgets. And then the other information, it discusses the combining schedules and some of the other budgetary schedules and the intro and statistical sections as well. Moving on. And because your audit was done in accordance with government auditing standards, we issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance, which I'll go over a little bit later. Okay, so the next slide, this is the financial information, and Vlad is going to walk you through this.
Okay, over the next couple of slides, we'll present just a few financial highlights for the city of Tacoma Park. All of the charts will be presenting information for the past 3 years for comparison. On this slide, you will see total net position for the city for the past 3 years. And fiscal year 20 shows an increase of about $5.4 million, or about 14.8% over fiscal year 19. On this slide, we'll see primary government revenue. And again, you'll see about $2.5 million increase over fiscal year 19, which is about 8.7% increase. The following slide actually shows a breakout, a more detailed breakout of what the increase with fiscal year 20 consists of. Property taxes showed an increase of about $100,000. Grants and contributions increased by about $2.5 million. Charges for services decreased by $400,000, and that relates to limitations due to COVID. And intergovernmental revenue increased by about $300,000 in fiscal year 20. This slide shows summarized view of governmental expenses. There is about $860,000 increase over fiscal year 19. And this slide shows a more detailed breakout by government function. So general government, there was $250,000 decrease over fiscal year 19. Increase in public safety of about $890,000 over fiscal year 19. Public works, we are shown $50,000 increase over fiscal year 19. Housing and community development, $360,000 increase over fiscal year 19. And recreation and culture, we are shown $160,000 decrease over fiscal year 19. And this would be our last financial information slide. And in accordance with city's policy, the minimum ratio of unassigned fund balance should be at least 17%. And we are shown about that 24% ratio, which is, I guess, enough cushion. And I think that's it.
Okay, so the next item we're going to go through is, as I mentioned in the independent auditor's report, is the report on internal control. And there's two areas: internal control over financial reporting and compliance. And I want to point out in the third paragraph, the second to last sentence believes, it indicates that we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be a material weakness. And then if you look at the last sentence under compliance and other matters, it indicates the results of our tests disclosed no instances of non-compliance. Okay, moving on. Okay, this is the communication with those charged with governance. It talks about our responsibility as your auditor. It discusses the plan, scope, and timing of the audit, compliance with all the ethic requirements, and the qualitative aspects of your significant accounting practices. And you didn't have any new accounting policies that you adopted in the current year. You can go to the next page. And then this is, since you do have estimates in certain areas, and you have estimates in the allowance, you have estimates in depreciation, net pension liability, and accumulated vacation leave, and all the key assumptions in all of these estimates were tested, and they are reasonable as compared to previous years. Moving on, there were no significant difficulties encountered in performing the audit. All corrected and uncorrected statements were noted. There were no disagreements with management. There were no representations requested from management other than our written rep letter that we obtained. There were no consultations with other accountants, and there were no other issues to be disclosed to you. And the other information in the document that pertains to what I talked about in the opinion, the RSI information as well. Okay, and that talks about, once again, the RSI information, which is the budget and the MD&A and our procedures therein. Okay, now, so because your audit was done in accordance with government auditing standards, it was done because you have federal funding, and as your auditor, we have to test the federal funding when it hits a certain level. And so this report specifically tests the major program. So it talks about the compliance for each major program. It discusses your responsibility, our responsibility that we have with respect to the uniform guidance, and the fact that in our opinion, you complied in all material respects with the type of compliance requirements as it relates to the major program. And then if you go on the report on internal control over compliance, if you go to the next page, it points out that there were no material weaknesses identified. And the last paragraph, because your CFA, and we'll get to that in a second, this is the paragraph that talks about your schedule of expenditures of federal awards required by the uniform guidance. And if you go to the next page, this is your CFA. So this lists all your expenditures of federal awards. You can see, and the program that we tested was the top program, the 977-157 number, the highway planning. And if you go to the next page, you have to have your accounting policies noted there. That's what this discloses. Next page. And this summarizes everything I said, talking, and it goes from the independent auditor's report to the report on internal control to the report on actual compliance. So once again, your audit opinions, your financial statements were fairly presented. Therefore, you received an unmodified opinion. In the internal control letter that I talked about, once again, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies were identified, and there were no non-compliance areas. And with respect to the major programs, once again, this summarizes it: no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies identified. You received an unmodified opinion on that particular major program that we tested. And listed below, you could see the major program specifically identified what we tested and the threshold and why we have to test that program. And that is it. Hopefully that was fast enough. I know you guys have a long agenda. We'd certainly like to thank management, Ms. Ludlow and Ms. Chung, for their assistance in the audit. This was very unusual year. Obviously, We were able to work very well with management. It was done remotely. We've been working remotely for a long time. It seems like a very long time. It's been over 7 months now. Prior to this, we have clients all over the country, so we're used to working in that type of environment. So it wasn't an issue for us at all. And management was very cooperative, and you got your audit done by October 31, which is great news. We do a number of municipalities, and we can say that some of the other ones don't get it done by October 31. So that's a testament to management's efforts. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
And I would just like to note that I really appreciated the efforts of the auditors and our finance department to plan ahead, knowing that we were trying to deal with all these things during the shutdown. And that just was very difficult. I just found that I appreciate all my department heads for pulling together the information in a timely manner, and the flexibility of the auditors to do this remotely in an awkward situation. So appreciate all that goes into it. And for my last CAFR, I was like, how did we make it so hard? But I'm glad we made it on time.
Great. Well, thank you. And I also want to say that I feel sometimes when we get reports, and it's not just you all, I've served on boards and everything, and they talk about no material weaknesses, no incidents of non-compliance. And, I think you turn that around and you're like, this is awesome. I know you all don't use those words as auditors, but to have an internal control reports with that one mention of something that needed to be corrected, I think is just, and particularly given this year, is just a testament to our finance director and the work that they've been doing. I just want to thank them very much and thank our auditors. Everything was very clear this year. I don't have too many questions, though I see some hand raised, and I want to particularly ask my colleagues if your hand is raised now or was it raised from before? So I see Councilmember Siemens. Do you want to kick us off? Or is that from before?
Is that a little better?
Yeah.
It's one material weakness. I didn't turn the microphone on. Anyways, I want to thank the mayor and just save time by reiterating what she has just said. I agree wholeheartedly. I'm so pleased to see that you didn't ding us in any area, but sometimes I know auditors do see things that they can make suggestions for improvements, and I just wonder if you found any of those that you could share with us.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that we talk about throughout the audit. We always discuss cyber, and we always discuss issues surrounding that. But, as you recall, our audit is just a financial audit, but we do talk to management about that, and we're always available. We have a very robust advisory group related to cyber, and are more than willing to sit down with management, talk to them about what they're doing, about their plans, about their long-term plans, if any remote access and things like that. So that is an area that I'm not saying there are issues, but what I'm saying is there is always something that can be improved upon, and we are available to discuss with them if they want to dig deeper and go into that area.
Okay, I thank you. And that'll be all. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Smith?
I would like to join my colleague and thank you guys for the report, Vlad and Dan. I appreciate it. How do you guys decide when you want to test like federal funding? How do you randomly decide which funding source you're going to test? Or is there a process?
Yes, that's a great question. So there's a certain threshold, and it's $750,000. and that's identified as a major program. So you have to test, basically the short story is you have to test anything over 750,000 identified as a major program. If you have multiple, then you go through a certain analysis, whether or not you tested in the previous year. Is it considered a high risk program? There's very specific requirements with respect to uniform guidance as to the selection process. It's not just, I can assure you, it's not just random. It's very defined as to what you have to do.
Okay. And can you elaborate what the tests are, or just a couple of things that you test?
Yeah, and so Vlad, I'm going to let you talk about a little bit of the program and some of the items that we tested with respect to that program.
So all grant programs have their grant agreements. So what we do is not only we test the costs associated with the grants that are submitted for reimbursement, we also test the compliance with the grant agreement. So there are specific defined terms of the grants. We want to make sure that we review all the necessary documentation to make sure that all of the steps outlined in the grant agreement to be eligible for the grant are met by the city. So it's not just the test of cost, it's also test of compliance. So we want to make sure that city complies with the provisions of the grant agreement and meets them in order to receive the funding.
Yeah, we also look at like the reporting, like if it's a quarterly report that they have to issue or monthly, you know, we're going to look at that. And just so you know, we also have another manager that works on that particular area with respect to uniform guidance, and he does that with a bunch of our municipal clients. So I wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. You know, I'm invited to, you know, especially because of the pandemic, to these all types of meetings. The White House has briefings. The Volcker Alliance, along with the Penn Institute for Urban Research, is doing a lot of work on what's happening financially to local governments. And, you know, they're basically saying that the sky is falling, that everything is going to be horrible next year. Can you look into your guys' crystal ball? Because I know you have a lot of clients, you talk to a lot of people. What are you seeing financially for local government?
Well, I mean, they're really in a wait and see mode, right? I think all the budget folks are getting concerned. I mean, you have a few more months until you have to come up with your budget, and that's going to be it's a challenge, right? You're waiting to see what's going to happen with your income tax number. You got to look out a year ahead. So it's, I can't predict the future or what's going to happen, but it is definitely a concern. I noticed earlier in the meeting that you guys mentioned the MML, Maryland Municipal League, I believe, and that's something that I think the council folks, I think they may attend certain meetings, but that's another area where you want to, collaborate with your peers and your peer group and get a good sense of what's going on in their environment, because they're in the same situation. What are they doing, and what's their budget person and their finance person? What are they looking at? What are some of the best practices there?
Well, thanks, Dan. I'm on MML's board, so
okay, great.
All right, thank you.
I didn't know that. See, I gave you a compliment.
Yeah, thanks for the plug.
Yeah, it's a great group.
Councilman DeBala.
Yes, I was going to say basically what others have already said, that this is really awesome to have this kind of report again, especially given the year that the second half of this past year was the beginning of COVID and all the financial craziness associated with that. And my question, I think that Councilmember Smith may have just asked it. My question had to do with any advice or suggestions, things to look for relative to the impact of COVID on the budget going forward. And again, you may have already addressed that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I covered it. share best practices with other municipalities of your size in your region. You know, you guys are relatively conservative in terms of, you know, how you look at things. You know, listen to your finance director. Like, you know, she has a lot of experience. Listen to her. She talks to a lot of people. You know, listen to your city manager. You know, it's use fiscal common sense, right? That's what I
Thank you.
recommend.
Thank you. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. First of all, just want to reiterate, as my colleague said, thank you, Dan and Vlad, for the audit report, and big thank you, Susan and the finance department, for your great work. This is really great news. I also want to thank Susan for your answers to a couple of questions I had sent previously, and just follow up on one of them, which is more a question for city staff than for the auditors. And that was the reduction in speed camera revenue seemed somewhat significant to me. It was about 140,000. And I was curious if that is due to COVID reduction in traffic at the end of the fiscal year, and what the projections are kind of looking out for this year in terms of that.
We'll get some more information on that. I actually think that we're on the upswing again. The COVID actually allowed people to speed more, so that it's more that this was covering a time when before we renegotiated the contract and that kind of thing. So I think we'll see an evening out in the next year's report. I think this is more the emphasis from the early part of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, and thank you to Cone-Resnick representatives for the presentation. I also had a question that I think is really one more for city staff, and I don't know whether that would be Ms. Chung or Ms. Ludlow, but one of the questions that I think we've talked about a lot in the past, and maybe we could just get a clarification on it. Mr. Kim, I believe, just mentioned that the unassigned balance is at 24%, if I remember correctly. And I think different types of surpluses go into the total unassigned balance, but my recollection is that we said previously that we were a little bit below the 17%, which is our target that we're trying to get to. This says we're beyond that. And so I think maybe the explanation may be that we're looking at how that's calculated in different ways, but if you could clarify that, that would be helpful.
Councilmember Kovar, the difference is what we have to put in when we budget, which is well in advance, versus what actually occurs. And so, you know, when we're budgeting, we're looking at the most conservative model possible. And so it always seems to, you know, we don't spend all the money. We try really hard to keep expenses down. The council puts things on hold lists and other kinds of activities. And so I would be nervous, frankly, if the number were by the end of the year lower than what we had projected in the first place. So this is just more an example of us being frugal through the year, and, you know, recognizing that we budget for a conservative, with conservative approach.
Is some of that difference also due to the fact that we're not spending some money that's in the budget that we might have spent because of COVID, or just because bigger projects?
It's generally the bigger projects. It's the construction.
The money may still be spent eventually. In other words, it's not that we're
That's right.
permanently at 24%. It's just that at the moment in time that these figures were compiled, that's what the number is.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. And I think, you know, we have this conversation every time we do the budget. And I think Councilmember Kovar's question and points reiterate the importance of when we're looking at trends and everything, that we do look at our audited financial statements, because a budget is our sort of our best conservative estimates for what what the year is going to bring us. And if we know anything like this year, we know it wasn't as we had planned it to be. And so I do think as we have these conversations about budgets and the financial stability of the city, it's always important that we go back to our audited statements and look at those. The other thing I just wanted to highlight, it's not so much of a question, but I think this is a testament also to our city staff, is the increase in grant money that has been coming into the city. As we've talked about over the last couple of years, the number of places where we have control over revenue that gets into the city is really limited because for tax purposes or fees, our hands are pretty much tied and limited to property taxes. But other areas we can do is regarding grants. And I just want to say thank you to our city staff. That is also a testament to the fact that to write grants, you actually need staff to do it and who have time. And I think this council, or the prior council, I should say, since this is the first meeting of this council, it did hire an economic development manager. And we know that she has been instrumental in bringing in a good portion of that grant money. So in addition to the hard work in our public works department and across all our city departments. So I just wanted to lift that up as well, the increase in grant funding we're seeing. So I think we're good on the audit. And I just want to thank again our auditors for this year. And we will now move on to our police pension presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks,
All
Bud.
right, bye.
All right, so we have Tom Lohman and Tom Vicente, who are from Bolton Retirement, to present the actuarial information from our police retirement program. And I'm not sure which person I'm going to turn it over to, but I could say Tom. So whichever one it is, jump right in, and we're looking forward to this presentation.
Great, thank you. This is Tom Vicente. I think I've shared my screen. Can you see the presentation up?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
So you can speak a little louder, please.
Sure. And this is Tom Vicente and Tom Lohman here. So you'll hear from Tom and Tom here today. This is our annual valuation of the pension plan for the police officers. It's a snapshot taken as of July 1st every year, used to determine the actually recommended or actually determined contribution for the following fiscal year 2022. That's what we have here today. So looking at slide 4, we're just showing some of the background that this plan has been around for almost 20 years at this point. It was started back in 2001 to provide an extra benefit or a better benefit for the police officers in the city. We currently, when we do these valuations, one of the key components in our valuation are assumptions about the future. It's a pension plan payable for life. One of the key assumptions is what kind of investment return we're going to receive, because anything that we can make up from positive investment returns doesn't have to be paid for by the city. Currently, that investment return is 7.25%. That was established in 2017. It's still a very reasonable assumption compared to your peers. It's the average assumption that you see out there around those, that type of investment return assumption. Though, again, it can always be modified and reviewed, and has been trending downward overall, but you've been at a good spot for several years. Okay. Next slide, just as background, the plan provides 50% of pay once an officer's been with you for 25 years. They can retire earlier with a reduced benefit if they so choose. There's a cost of living adjustment provided to the benefit, so it does maintain its buying power over time. And the officers do contribute out of their paycheck 7% of pay every year. So it's partially paid by the city, partially paid by the officers. So in terms of results this year, again, it's a snapshot. Good news, the funded ratio of the plan did improve this year. So every year we look at how well funded the plan is, comparing our estimate of the overall liabilities versus the assets in place. And even though we didn't have an investment return that exceeded that 7.25% return for the year, we did earn enough, and the contributions into the plan were such that we did improve the funded ratio of the plan. So the plan is about 69% funded right now. So that's up about 3 or 4% from the prior year. So little progress every year. So that's great, making progress there over time. The big news in terms of what happened in the year is when you look at the very bottom of this slide under the primary drivers, that the payroll covered by the plan increased almost 9%, 8.8%. And that's largely due this year because of the snapshot nature of what we do. So this year, the snapshot of the number of active officers was 40 officers. The prior year, it was 37 officers. 40 is 8.8% higher than 37. So the average pay didn't really increase, but the number of officers did. That's why the payroll increased. The higher the payroll, the more officers, the more pensions you're paying for, the higher the contribution. So that's really why we see, when you look toward the middle of the page, that the contribution increased in dollar amount to about $1.4 million from $1.3 million, about a $90,000 increase in the contribution for the pension. That's really driven by the fact that there were more officers at this point in time than there were the year prior. Again, it's a snapshot. And you usually hover around that 39, 40 officers. So a year ago, it was a little bit lower. That is the contributions. This page is hard to read because it's on your screen and there's a lot of numbers on there. It really just recaps what we just talked about. Probably the item to look at there, you see the head counts at the very top of the page. The prior year, July 119 on the left, July 120 on the right. You see the 40 and 30. Same number of retired officers, 26 retired officers. There were actually no retirements during the year 2019, July 119 through June 30, 2020. So a year with relatively light retirement. There are a number of officers who left the city for whom there's reimbursements that are pending, or pending as of July 1st in any case. So those payouts will come out. We do also, in addition to the cash contributions, we also determine figures to be used for the pension statements that go into the financial report that CohnReznick just reported on. So we did provide those numbers to the city back in September under GASB Statement 68. We provide the expense and the balance sheet figures. So there you can see, we can read that. Again, still using the 7.25% expected return. You see the plan liabilities estimated at $26.8 million, and the assets, also known as the fiduciary net position, about $18 million. So about 68.5% funded, just under 69% funded on that basis. And then you see the income statement expense at the bottom of the page. Expense is different than cash contributions, just different rules, different ways of doing it. The main point of GASB 68 expense is to provide an indication of your costs that are comparable to other organizations versus your cash contribution, which in many ways is under your control. If you have the wherewithal or interest in contributing more, you can. It doesn't mean your pension plan is more expensive, but the expense gives an outside reader an ability to compare pension plans across different employers. And that's what the expense is for. That's it for the financial reporting on the plan. In terms of things that are going on in the world right now, at least the pension world, I should say, a lot of things going on in the world. But in the pension world, one thing we want to mention is that we mentioned earlier, we are seeing a movement toward, we say more conservative assumptions, more conservative than they were before. And that has involved really two aspects that we're seeing some consistent movement. One is employers and sponsors being less aggressive, if aggressive is the right word, or more conservative in terms of what they think the long-term return on their assets are going to be that they have invested. And partially that's just reaction to the idea that when you look at treasury yields today, for example, they're much, much lower than they were 10 years ago. And so if you're investing in treasuries, your return is just going to have to be lower than it used to be. So things like that are going on. The other area we see more changes in the world of how long are people going to live, or mortality, as actuaries like to say. People are living longer. Before talking about COVID-19, people have been living longer and continuing to live longer. We're doing a lot of things where people are making it to later years and moving on and receiving their pension for more years. As an aside, this report was done without any real reflecting any sort of sense of what COVID-19 may do to the plan, because we don't really know at this point. As of June 30th, the snapshot date, we don't really have any data to support making changes one way or the other because of COVID-19. The investment markets, if you remember, in March were devastating, and we thought we'd really be facing a real uphill battle. But by June, they had largely bounced back. It wasn't a great year, but it wasn't the horrible year that we were looking at in March from an investment standpoint. In terms of membership, we hear a lot of discussion about whether COVID will prompt more retirements or less retirements. Usually in an economic downturn, you see less people leaving their jobs because there's not many more jobs to go to. So turnover slows down and people stay in their jobs. In this case, with the pandemic, especially folks in a public safety position, it could be a situation where more will actually move to retirement because they're more exposed or feel more exposed to the dangers of the pandemic. Again, there's no data yet supporting that one way or the other. Another thought is that more folks in public safety will experience disabilities because they'll become infected with the disease and maybe have long-lasting effects. But again, that's something that is being talked about, but it doesn't have a lot of data behind it yet. So as we do develop data, we'll be able to talk about it. But right now, we really stayed the course with our assumptions and are not assuming there's going to be any major disruption. And in working with your HR department, we have not seen a lot of changes. We have not seen a lot of folks moving to retirement or leaving employment. So far, that seems to be being borne out. Tom, I was doing all the talking. Is there anything you want to join in and add?
Yeah, I would just add one thing, because I've sort of been around a long time with this plan since it began. And one question we commonly get is, well, we're under 70% funded. Is that good or bad? And how does it compare? And to be really clear, we want to get to 100% funded. That is our goal. And I can certainly remember when we were under 30% funded. So when I see 68% funded or 69, I am thrilled. And I think I could ask you to write a check for $8 million and get there tomorrow, but I'm not going to. But you've got about a 15-year amortization period, roughly. It's a little more complicated than that, as the other Tom knows. But I'm hoping in 15 years, we keep chugging away and we get to that where we want to be, 100% funded, and then maybe your contribution will come down because all I have to pay for is current benefits, not the unfunded liability that the plan started with. So feel good about 68%. Feel good that it's not 30, but some more work to be done.
And with that, we turn over to if there's any questions or comments anybody has for us.
Great. Thank you to both of you, both Toms. This is really great. I wanted to go back, if you could. I think it was page 8 or slide 8. And I think I heard you correctly, where the line on the refund of contributions due went from 3 to 8. And is that from officers moving on, not necessarily retiring, but leaving the department? And so that's the payouts that are due?
That's correct. They're owed a payout of their own employee contributions. So just because of the time, it's a snapshot. As of the snapshot date, they had not yet received that payback of their employee contributions. So it probably occurred sometime in the later summer or fall, depending on how, paperwork and that type of thing. But as of the snapshot date, it has not been paid yet.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood that. Any of my colleagues have any questions? Give me a moment. I'm not seeing any.
Mayor, if I could just also note that, we have a pension board and the really good citizen participants with a lot of expertise on it that oversee this. There will be changes coming before the council eventually on making some changes to the code, but it should not have any financial impact. And we've worked with the actuaries to ensure that that's the case. So I just really appreciate the work of the pension board to be very cautious and have really good recommendations. They listen very closely to the actuaries' recommendations on the investments rates and that kind of thing. And there have been some changes over the years because of those recommendations. So really pleased with that pension board and the attention that is given to by the members, so that this is a well-funded plan as best as it can be for being only 20 years old. And we really have enjoyed the good advice that we've received from the actuaries.
Great. Councilman Searcy.
Hello. Thank you for this great presentation. There's one line item I just want to make sure that I understand. So the vested terminated participants. So is that where we continue to pay into the pension for those officers that are vested? And I'm not 100% clear on the amount of time that would be needed for someone to be vested. And is it any cause termination that we would still pay out? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I get when you're vested and maybe you transition out, but so this would be pension payments for those vested vested officers who are terminated regardless of the cause.
Correct. These are officers who, when they left, were entitled to their pension. So they were old enough and worked enough years of service, but for whatever reason, they have not elected to start their pension yet. So maybe they took a position in another city or town or another job in another fashion, and they're receiving a salary. So even though they could elect to start their pension currently and start receiving their checks, they've elected to wait to receive them later. Probably because I don't know the individual situations off the top of my head, but probably they were in this situation where they received a reduced pension because they didn't have the full 25 years of service, for example, and so they would receive a reduced pension. So they're waiting because they're not ready to start their pension yet, but they are entitled to it, and when they come forward and elect it, then they'll start receiving their pension.
Okay. And so, because I guess I'm just trying to understand, because it does look like between 2019 and 2020, that was a relatively larger jump. So is it necessarily the case that, so basically, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So if you have officers who are vested but decide to leave early, but for whatever reason are not drawing on their pension, they would just fall into that line item.
Correct. They have the option of taking their employee contributions out. And if they did that, then they wouldn't be on here because they'll have essentially cashed themselves out of the plan. But some officers will elect to wait until they reach retirement age and take the monthly payment. So that's what these individuals at this point are. They may at some point in the future decide to take their contributions anyway, but they haven't yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. I may be missing the big picture here, but what is the recommended contribution for the next year, or did you not say that?
We did. It's in the bottom of this page. It's the total employer contribution down here at the right, the $1,406,151, which is equivalent to 42.8% of payroll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I misunderstood. So that contribution has gone up because there are more officers, not because there are officers getting paid more.
Correct. It went up
Okay.
because there's more officers.
And that's based on the 7.25%? No.
Correct.
Yes.
The 7.25 is part of the calculation, yes.
Right.
So the
Okay.
calculation is, sorry, Tom, were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just going to, a fine point, simply say that the 42.88% cost, I think Susanna, whoever applies that to the December payroll, that will determine the actual dollar contribution for the year. So I think it's about the 1,406,000, but it's the percent of pay that really matters. And that gets to her question of, it's if the payroll goes up, the percent's about the same as last year, then the dollar amount will go up.
And it always is, we use the percentage rate because, you know, the actual number of officers may be a little bit different, one or two, when we pay out on the December amount.
Okay. And I noticed in the materials posted online, there's a pension report for the non-police officers pension fund. Are we talking about that next, or was that just for our information?
That's for your information. That really
Okay,
goes
thank
to
you.
that really goes to the CAFR report.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's it.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, and thank both of you, both Toms, for the presentation. Question I had, so the difference between the 2019 amount and the 2020 amount that Councilmember Duvall was just asking about, looks like the increase is about a little over 92,000 more than it was last year, 1.406 million versus 1.313 million. So your recommendation is that at that amount is the appropriate amount in terms of the actuarial calculations. We could put in more, but that's the amount that you estimate is appropriate for where we are financially with the number of employees we have, et cetera. Is that a fair way to think about it?
Yes, that is correct. There's a funding policy that's designed to pay down the unfunded liability and move you to 100% funded over a period of time, plus paying for the benefits that are being earned every year as the officers continue to work. And this is the amount that will fit your policy and get you to that funded.
So in theory, if the projections hold, that would help keep us on the road toward 100%, even though it would be a gradual process at this amount. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so is there, what's the sort of danger, if you want to look at it that way, of not having it 100%? Is it that if, a meteor strikes the city or something and everybody has to retire all at once tomorrow, then we don't have enough money? Is that the notion? But that having it be at 69% with the amount of time you normally anticipate officers would work, continuing to build gradually toward that 100% is reasonable. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but is that a fair way to think about it?
Yeah, that's absolutely a way to think about it. That, the idea of being 100% is a nice goal, because as you point out, that means that if something were to happen and there were to be a large scale turnover in the force, that the money would be there to satisfy the pension. So the pensions would be secure from that standpoint. The other point, as Tom Lohman mentioned, was that once you're 100% funded, the part you're paying for to try to reach 100% funded goes away. And then you're just really maintaining, you're only paying for the benefits that are being earned as you go forward. So it gives you more financial flexibility, the better funded you are. And then Suzanne can probably talk about, and Susan can probably talk about what it means to your financial statements and how auditors and rating agencies look at you as a city with a better funded pension plan versus a less well-funded pension plan.
But even if you get to 100%, would you potentially have to kick in some amount depending on what happens in the financial markets, or again, if you had some unusual circumstance, but would that typically be a lower number?
Yeah. I mean, you would typically So if you get to 100% funded, that means you've covered the benefits that have been earned to date. But then the officers go and work another year and their pension gets a little bigger, so you have to pay for that. So it doesn't go to zero, but it does. You do lose that portion that's paying down the unfunded. What you typically do in a pension plan like this is when you have those variations that are going to occur every year, because this is all made up of a lot of assumptions. The one thing we know is that the assumptions very rarely be spot on for any one year. There's supposed to be long-term patterns. But when you have that deviation, essentially you pay down the deviation, at least according to your funding policy, is you pay down the deviation over about 20 years. So you have a lot of time to pay things off. So if you imagine when the plan gets 100% funded now, it'd have $26 million or so in assets. And so the impact of an investment swing would be more impactful with more money. And so it becomes actually a little riskier from that standpoint. That's why you have the ability to pay down any unfunded that hits from a bad investment return over a period of time. So that's part of the funding policy.
So just two other questions. On the COVID front, you mentioned that there really isn't enough data at this point to be able to, I guess I would say, meaningfully project what are the potential risks out there. I mean, I guess a lot of it depends on how long the pandemic lasts, or is the potential for frontline workers to die from the disease or get disabled, as you put it, higher? Is that a concern also?
I mean, it's certainly something out there, sort of conversely to how we all feel as people. From a pension plan's perspective, if a retiree passes away earlier, it actually helps the pension plan. So that's sort of the converse of how we think about it. No one wants anybody to die earlier, but from a pension standpoint, longer life expectancies are more expensive. So that's one way. However, if people are going on a disability, that means they'll probably get their pensions earlier for longer, which would cause a higher cost.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of ups and downs that could occur. Tom, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, the main concern with public pension plans right now with COVID is the employer's finances next year. Are the employers going to be able to find the money to fund a regular pension contribution?
Mm-hmm.
So while that's the main concern, we don't know about the mortality issue. We don't know about the disability issue, but they seem to be secondary issues. And maybe we'll have smaller rates of mortality improvement for some number of years because of what happened to people's bodies during the time before vaccines. But again, the main concern now is not the stock market. Stock market's doing fine. It's a little bit about the people and their death and morbidity issues, but mostly it's about the city's finances, the plan sponsor's finances, because the plan is not 100% funded. So the employer's ability to fund this plan is still important. And you're probably better shape from what I saw, the financial, the CAFRA, than some other organizations are perhaps, where they're going to apply more pressure to pension funding, maybe try to reduce it, but we don't know yet. We're about to find out with all the budgets going on now.
So one last question, and then I'll let others ask if they wish. I don't know if you can say much about this, but how does being at 69% compare, say, to other communities of our size? And I'm not asking you to name any, but is there a range? How typical or atypical? Where does that fall on the scale, would you say?
It varies a lot, certainly. You're a little unusual in that your plan's only been around for 19 years. So you'll see other organizations with similar sized programs who are probably more like 80-85% funded because they've been around for a longer period of time and they've had more of those years of paying for things. However, you have also been very good about putting your actuarial contribution in, which some other organizations with longer lived pension plans aren't. And so they're actually find themselves more vulnerable in a lesser funded percentage. So it really does go all over the place. I don't have an average funded ratio on the top of my head for plans of this size. I don't know, Tom, if you do or not. But I think you're doing okay. You're not the tippy top, but you're not in the bottom either. You're really in that middle zone. And there's just a lot of variation in the middle, around the whole individual circumstances.
I'd like to note that we don't pay retiree health care. So that does keep our rates down lower, and also, I think, eliminates some of the variability that may happen with other plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm seeing no other questions. So I want to thank the Toms for their presentation this evening and continued work for the city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
That does it for our presentations, and we'll move on to our work sessions. The first is the extension of use of public and private space for outdoor seating, sales, and customer pickup. And I
think we're going to have Ross Grisby take this one.
Great.
Good evening. As you recall, in June, in response to public health emergency restrictions, Council passed Resolution 2020-13, which has this long, unwieldy title about supporting small businesses and advancing public health by allowing the use of public and private space for outdoor seating, sales, and customer pickup. This action, which included the closure of the northbound side of Laurel Avenue, has allowed Tacoma Park businesses, employees, and residents to continue to function in the outdoor space in compliance with county and state requirements. The southbound lane of Laurel Avenue, the median, and the operation of the post office remain unchanged. The resolution included a sunset clause of December 31st, 2020. The plaza formed by the lane closure includes outdoor seating for customers of the particular businesses there and for the general public. And customers also bring carryout from other Old Tacoma restaurants to use the outdoor seating, which we know because the Old Tacoma Business Association did an analysis of the trash. The use of the public space requires adherence to county and state requirements for masks, limits on size of gatherings, and social distancing. And as those requirements have changed, the businesses have been responsive to what the new requirements have been. The city already had in place, as you recall, the outdoor cafe seating permit, which allows an individual business to apply for use of public space in front of their establishment. We see that in the example of Cielo Rojo's outdoor seating in front. The restaurants currently are investing in tents and outdoor heaters to enable the continued use of the outdoor space through the winter months if possible, with support from Montgomery County's Reopen Montgomery program grants. The survival of these businesses ensures the continued employment, maintains the value of commercial properties, allows for the payment of rent and taxes, and enhances the circulation of money in the local economy. There will be no additional cost to the city to extend the closure of Laurel Avenue. We do know that residents, visitors, customers, and business owners of all races and backgrounds participate in the use of public space on Laurel. Staff created a Laurel Avenue feedback survey, which went online the day that the northbound lane was closed. And you'll see in your agenda item packet a summary of the feedback and comments that we've received since June 13th with 113 comments. We found that there was an observable increase, as borne out in the feedback, that more people walked and biked to the public space. And that has an impact, of course, on traffic and congestion and vehicle emissions. We also found that respondents' level of comfort and support with the closure went up as people became more accustomed to the new traffic patterns and saw how the space was used. In total, 75% of respondents indicated people were practicing social distancing well or very well. Almost 80% said they felt safe on Laurel Avenue, and over 80% were supportive of the closure. When we looked at the more recent responses on their own, from the beginning of September to the present. We found those numbers went up significantly. I think once people were accustomed to the idea of it and saw it in action, they felt better about it. So we saw 90% of residents indicated they observed people practicing social distancing well or very well. 95% said they felt safe on Laurel, and 95% said they were supportive of the closure. We know that COVID cases are on the rise in Maryland. We are all aware the Montgomery County Executive has issued an executive order last week that further reduces the capacity for restaurants to have indoor dining. We included additional comments from the survey in your packet that we've heard from the last 2.5 months, generally indicating a lot of support for it. So staff would recommend that council consider extending the support of the small businesses through the continuation of the use of public space to allow outdoor business activity in this manner, recognizing that it will not incur any additional cost to the city, and that we will continue to require adherence to the county health directives, recognizing that those change as circumstances require it. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I know I'm going to turn, I have a couple questions, but I know Councilman Costick has a number of things. So I'm going to turn to her first and then come back to myself. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Raz, for this presentation and this information. I've heard from a number of residents, mostly in the Waco neighborhood, with some questions and some concerns. I would say most of all, people want to make sure that this is, people are taking COVID precautions and that this is a safe area. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit to what, I know you mentioned a bit in terms of restaurants following the guidelines, but what sorts of uses in terms of tent uses or other things might be anticipated over the winter, and what COVID risk mitigation would be taken?
So the city is following the county and state health guidelines and directives. We are not setting our own for that. And so the county has limited the capacity to 25% indoor seating. And there are more options outdoors. And they have specifications about the tents, so it can't be entirely closed on 4 walls. There are rules about what kind of heaters and how they're vented. And so again, the city is adhering to the county and state requirements. We are not establishing our own.
And so any changes with regard to how the businesses are operating there would be based on COVID regulations set at that level, rather than, I mean, I suppose the city could do something if there was some type of emergency need, but for the most part, it would be based on the county regulations and requirements.
Yes,
that's right. So yeah, I'm being very careful about that. I think I've been pleased so far to see the health department, I think, issue very good, well thought through regulations for the restaurants and others. I particularly like the handouts that they give about the tents, what you can do and what you cannot do. So they are being very clear. I haven't felt the need to intercede because it seems like it's well handled.
And then my other question is about the sunset clause that is in this proposed resolution. The one that was in the previous resolution calls for us to calls for an end to it, and then a need for us to take action to adopt a new resolution. Whereas it seems like more of a softer sunset clause in this one, and I'm trying to understand what exactly the next steps for us would be if we adopted it with the current proposed clause in there. I think it says something about the council reviewing. And so what are the advantages or disadvantages of the different approaches, and what would be required if we used what's in there now?
So I suggested the language because I know that there's an interest in having the businesses kind of knowing what will happen next summer. And so, you know, having a definite end date, sunset date sounded, you know, somewhat problematic. I picked June 30 simply because it was the end of the fiscal year and a number of things that the council is going to be looking at kind of is in June 30. So anytime before June 30, you could say, we'd like to extend it, or we want to pick an end date of August 31st or something like that. Completely open to the council picking a different way to end this. I will say that when I go through the major projects and things that the council has to do, you're going to be slammed through June 30. And I really didn't want to have something where this expired and then the council had to do a hurry up kind of approach. So that's why I left it soft, but I'm completely open to the way the council wants to address that as an end date. You may want to choose a longer date so you get through the summer. And then if for some reason it's not working, you can always have the option of ending it early. So I do leave it up to the council to make a determination.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I know I heard from a couple of people who just wanted to make sure there was an adequate opportunity to review it and make sure it was working. And that was something we wanted to continue. And then my other question is, after we were to adopt a resolution like this, if we needed to, for some reason, make a change before that date, I assume that we could at any time adopt a new resolution revising the way things are operating. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, Councilman Searcy.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Has there been any feedback in terms of other locations in the city where providing space for businesses in light of COVID would be feasible? I know that there were some challenges in other parts of the city. And I was just wondering if staff have identified other areas, perhaps on Flower Avenue or some of the alleyways that we currently own as a city, that some of the restaurants and businesses in Ward 6 might be able to leverage to have more space for outdoor seating and patronage.
We did look at both Ann Street and Holton Lane with that in mind, and their conditions are somewhat different at each of those, and they didn't seem to lend themselves well. Ann Street doesn't have the front-facing commercial businesses on the street that would need it. There's a big wall between the center there and Ann, and the businesses in the adjacent building that faces University don't really lend themselves to the kind of outdoor space there. And Holton has a different complexity in terms of how, both, again, the businesses there that front Holton in that stretch where there would be space to do it aren't restaurants or you know, food-oriented places where people would necessarily sit out. They tend to be more retail or service-oriented. And we also know that traffic patterns are different there. People will circle behind the building like Hampshire Place and come out on Holton so that they can make a left turn on New Hampshire. And so we didn't want to impede the traffic flow there. There are some other spots we've looked at. We checked Flower and Erie, which actually has a large privately owned parking lot in front. And of course, Flower is fairly narrow, and it has parking on the side on the private property. So it didn't seem to need the public space in the same way. Let's see, are there other locations we've checked? I think those are the primary ones.
A number of the sites actually are on private property that we've worked with the businesses like Mogatillos or whatever to have outdoor seating. There's the IHOP, those places. So there's, those aren't the public use spaces, but we still try to help facilitate it. And so we've left the language of the ordinance very broad in case those things pop up. We want to be able to encourage it. But at this point, we haven't seen a particular location to call out.
Thank you. And given that it's about to get cold, it is cold, have we heard from particularly, any of our smaller businesses about the needs for things like heaters and ways to make outdoor seating feasible during the winter?
So I know that some have received grants from Montgomery County's Reopen Montgomery program for this purpose, for tents and heaters. I don't know of others that have made requests to the city. The economic development manager would have more information about that.
Yeah, and we've shared the information that the counties of the county's grants, et cetera, through our program to the businesses. And then we obviously are working with the business associations.
Yeah, I think that's an important point as well. I mean, we could close the streets and have lots of tables, but if it's freezing, you don't have the heaters out, people aren't going to use it. And so that's something that we definitely need to make sure that we can prioritize as well. Thank you.
And I will say, just to follow up what Councilwoman Searcy said, I was talking to some of the businesses, and having the heaters are hugely expensive for them. And so just another thing for residents as you're considering, bundle up, and especially on somewhat of the nicer days when it may not necessarily be needed for the heaters, because I have talked to a number of the business owners who have gotten the heaters, but they are very, very expensive to use. So just be aware of that as you're patronizing some of the restaurants as well. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. First, I would join with Councilmember Searcy in the encouragement to continue trying to find locations elsewhere in the city where this might be possible, understanding that there are challenges there too. And I do want to go back to the mask question, and there's certainly some signage around Laurel Avenue that talks about it, but I think encouraging that for the public areas would be helpful as well. The areas that aren't specifically tied to the individual restaurants where they are strict about it, but it's probably harder to enforce that in the public areas. But I think having improved signage there to really stress that point would be worthwhile. On the question of the public space, I thought for a long time the cleaning up and the management of the public space for people who weren't patrons of the specific restaurants or stores was going well. I was told by someone that yesterday, and maybe this is a function of the high wind knocking things over and so on there, that it seemed a little bit less so, at least yesterday. Do we know if, for example, Tacoma Beverage Company is still willing to continue, which they have been, as I understand it, taking care of necessary cleanup in the spaces outside the area they control directly?
Yes, Tacoma Bevco actually provided the tables in the area, the publicly available tables outside their own seating area, and they have committed to keeping them cleaned and sanitized.
So I think having that's one of the key pieces of making this work. And so I did have a question in that regard connected to the draft resolution. So the question is, does all the language in the previous resolution automatically get swept in and incorporated in with this one? Because it was that previous resolution, which was longer, that talked about, among other features, requiring that there be space available for people who weren't patrons, say, of specific businesses there. And this is a shorter resolution that it doesn't go into that level of detail. Does it automatically capture everything we had before, or could we add that in some fashion just to make it clear that we're anticipating that whatever the final closing date is of this resolution, that we are picking up everything else that was in that earlier resolution? I know that was
We can look at the language, but it refers several times to continuation. So I would, maybe there's a way we can add something to one of the sentences, but the intention is to continue the previous resolution.
I think, to me, having that be more specific would be beneficial. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. I just had 2 points. One was someone remarked to me the other day, what are the those little lost the word, separators that between the street and the median place in Old Town. Some of them have chains between them and some don't. I don't know if this is possible, but because there are a number of small children, especially on the weekends in the median area, and we still do have that one lane of traffic, somebody did ask, is it possible to get chains in between the ones that don't have them now, so that there was less likelihood of somebody either crossing the street in the middle there or children running out, since we still have that one lane of traffic open. So I don't know if that's a possibility. It was just raised by someone. And in addition, I think this may go to a little bit what Councilmember Kovar said, and I've talked to the city manager about this, if it may be possible to get additional trash cans in the area. I have witnessed Chris and Seth on Sunday mornings cleaning up the area and, rebagging the trash and everything. And it just, there's just a lot of overflow. So though the weather had been really nice, now it's getting really cold, so we may not have as much people eating outside, but I just have noticed that. So those were the only 2 things that.
Mayor, could I chip in one thing on that last part? I had mentioned something similar to Darrell Braithwaite at one point, because there had been some times when in the warmer weather, when the trash cans were overflowing. And I think, as I understood it, she mentioned that there had been a drop off in the regular schedule that the waste collectors had for the mornings after those weekends, and that she was going to try to restart that. So I think it would be fine. It would be great to have additional trash cans. It's possible that it could be addressed through adding back to the schedule. I just mentioned that she had talked about that, but I agree with you. It's an important point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, either one. Oh, anything else on this? Okay. Seeing none, then this will come back to us as a voting item next week. And I think there are a couple of things to look at before or not next week, the week after, December 2nd.
December 2nd.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if folks could get any suggestions early, that'd be helpful given the reduced schedule, even with the holidays.
Great. Thank you, Roz, for that. And now we're going to turn it over to the city manager to give us an update on all the work we have to do.
Let me try to share my screen. All right, can you see that? Is that up?
No, we're not seeing it.
Let's see. You still don't see it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, what am I doing wrong? Should it be on slideshow? I'm sorry. You should know this.
So after you do share screen,
Yeah.
and you get like another white pop-up, and then do you see the PowerPoint?
I see my PowerPoint, but let me, okay, so
And
I've got the, oh, okay, wait a minute.
Did you hit the blue button share in the bottom right-hand corner?
Let's see. Okay, it said it's invalid. What did I just do to it? That's useful. I'll find it. I think it's coming. Just a moment. I'm not sure why it keeps saying it's invalid. Well,
is it the same one you sent it to us this afternoon?
Yeah, if you can get it up, that'd be great. For some reason, I've just got this funny blue box where I shouldn't have a blue box.
Let me see if I can find it. Yep, I got it. Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, that'd be great. For whatever reason. I had it working at one point, but. So have you got it?
Yeah, it's just my computer it's like slow.
Well, let me just talk for a moment while that's happening. Get my copy. Okay. Here we go. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Do I have the right screen?
Yes.
No. Okay, good. All right. Just tell me when to advance it.
Just go to the next one. So, what I would like to go through with you this evening are some major projects and issues that the City Council and the staff will be addressing for the next about 7.5 months through the end of this fiscal year through June. And it's a really quite remarkably heavy work program for both the council and the staff. And I wanted to go through it so people kind of have a sense of what's ahead of you, and also to help as different things come up, figure out when we might do them and what things might have to be delayed if that were necessary. So one of the things obviously is COVID-19 response. I anticipate that we will be dealing with COVID-19 response through the full 2021 calendar year, with the hope of the vaccine and that kind of thing. We're hoping that we'll be able to have summer camp next year and more or less be back to normal by the fall. But the impact, even if that's all happens, the financial impacts to our community are heavy, and we will be continuing to work with our businesses, our residents. The impacts on our staff have been heavy. We have staff who've been sick. We've had staff whose family members have been sick. We have staff who aren't sick but had to quarantine. And so you have a whole bit of impacts, and daily we're dealing with what changes might come to us because of the pandemic. One of the things that's coming up right now is the utility shutoff moratorium has ended. And so now we've got that facing our residents. That really should be something the state should be dealing with. I'm just astounded that that's an actual thing. There are evictions that take place. There's homelessness, there's mental health issues. All of these things are exacerbated by the pandemic. We're monitoring our financial impacts on the city. In the most part, we're doing okay. I think we're watching things very closely. And we're waiting for our CARES reimbursements from the county. We've got hundreds of thousands of dollars that are to be reimbursed to the city that have been approved to be reimbursed from Montgomery County. Haven't seen that yet, but think it's on its way. So we're watching this very, very closely. And as you heard through the reports from the auditors, we have a good financial team to monitor that. And that information, there'll be a little bit tonight, but most of that information will come to you in January. So let's move to the next thing. Another huge impact on the city council will be the time that you will need to spend picking a new city manager. My retirement date is July 1, 2021, so about 7.5 months from now. As an executive search firm is being recruited, and the proposals are due by this Friday. And then the city council will need to choose an executive search firm. One of the fairly intensive parts of working with the executive search firm is at the beginning, when you define what you want in a new city manager, how you're going to determine that, what kind of ad you're going to put out, what the process will be as you look at it, how much interaction do you want with the public, all of that. So there's a lot of time and thought that needs to go into that by the city council. And I would anticipate that much of that happens during December. Then presumably the executive search firm does the recruitment work. They'll get some assistance from our HR staff. Eventually you'll get candidates in. You'll have interviews and a process to do those interviews. And hopefully you will have selected somebody by June. So May and June are likely to be quite heavy. So as soon as you finish the budget, in May and June, you'll likely be doing interviews and trying to negotiate with a new city manager. And with good luck, you'll have somebody in by August or September. Obviously, from a staff perspective, there's a transition of making sure that I'm downloading whatever I need to download and cleanly transferring files and information to the new person. Next slide. Another project that will take some significant time, perhaps in the next couple months, is the Tacoma Junction redevelopment project. The revised plans have been submitted to Montgomery County. City staff are beginning the review. We're focusing on the criteria of the council's resolution and development agreement, and we'll be preparing that information so the residents are able to see kind of a side-by-side comparison of that information about the development review project. It's very important to our economic development to have this project. We are looking for ways for our community to diversify its revenue and not just have it on single-family homeowners property tax as a way to sustain the city. It's also a real way for our residents to have a place to own businesses and manage businesses and commit to Tacoma Park as the place that they live and work. The heaviest work by the council will be in January and February, and then it goes to the planning board for action. Next. One of the things that's on the schedule for park and planning for the Montgomery County planning staff is a minor master plan in Tacoma Park. This covers the area that's occupied by Washington Adventist Hospital's former site, but still in use, Washington Adventist University, and then Maple Avenue from the campus down to the community center. So park and planning will be beginning that process in January. They would like a memorandum of understanding with the city about how we jointly work together on soliciting public involvement and making review by the city council and then by the planning board. Washington Adventist University has contracted with a development partner for the hospital property. However, they have to wait until the minor master plan is completed before they can act. And so while people may want to weigh in and talk with the development partner or Washington Adventist University, the real work is to participate in the minor master plan process. Thinking about what's the big vision for this area, what services does the city need, and that will be a significant public process. It will be staff intensive at first to get it going, but then it'll be a fairly significant process, and it won't be until that process is over, which is at least 18 months, perhaps 2 years, given that we're in the pandemic, before Washington Adventist University and their development partner can really do anything. We have spoken with the university and their development partner about that, and they are knowledgeable about how to participate in it, but that is something that really will be a fairly exciting project. I think we'll be looking at a number of the services that we've talked about for some time: education, healthcare, and affordable housing in this area. And so that will be that will keep Ward 5 and Ward 4 in particular quite busy. Next. You have a lot of other development work that will be happening, and projects always come up. So just so you know, we have a planning staff that all of a sudden they get a development project, they get a subdivision, they get a housing development, something will come up and we need to respond to that. There's a project on New Hampshire Avenue that may come before the council. There's a new purchaser of the old John Nevins Andrews site that may require a public review. Right now, Montgomery College Leggett's Math and Science building is being close to the point of demolition and new construction, so we'll be monitoring that. There is a subdivision that will come before the council for the Garland Avenue property that we've just closed on with Habitat so that they can do the 2 homeowner unit property there that the council partnered with Habitat on. It does need to go through a subdivision process, so it'll come to you first. And so I anticipate that these things will pop up, and they often come right when we're busy on something else. So just so you know, that's always a reaction activity that we have to be prepared for. With the Recreation Center, Councilmember Searcy talked a little bit about the various online activities that are going on, and I will share some more information so people understand how to find out that the Engage Tacoma Park process. There will be even an art contest that will be advertised, and there is the visioning report by Bricks and Story should come to the City Council in March. So they are moving on it, and it's pretty exciting how that's moving forward. We have our public space planning activity that our planning staff has been working on, and they have a number of other planning projects that they've been working on. And as Councilmember Davala mentioned, there's the Thrive Montgomery 2050 that's before the planning board right now. I do have a draft letter that is based on city council's statements and the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. I like to run it past the council so that we can go ahead and get that over to the planning board. But I know that there's a lot of interest in that. When you get to the point in January where you're discussing your priorities, some of these things may be something you want to be more specific about in your priorities too. And speaking of which, next one, priority setting. So in January, there's a tradition now that the council has usually 2 retreats in January, one to set your priorities for the term 2020 to 2022. It's also the time when you'll be looking over the January financial information and making your recommendations or what you'd like to see in the budget. And that is particularly critical for city staff because city staff are working on the budget starting in January, and they need to know the priorities and they need to know your budget direction. That will set kind of how things look going forward, and it's particularly important for the incoming city manager. So the heaviest work for the council on this item is in January. Next. Library. So we got that's coming up very shortly in the next council meeting, December 2nd. We'll have a detailed presentation looking at the environmental and other options and what costs the different options may require. There's some choices that the council may want to make in terms of which environmental steps to weigh in on. And as you look at that, the council will then provide directions so that it can go out to bid. And I think that I'm really happy with the work that's being done so far to compile information for you so that you'll have some really clear decisions that you can make to give direction. So then you'll give us direction in December, and then assuming we move forward, when the bids come in, which is likely to be, I think, around May. And so there's a lot of staff work and work with the architect that goes into that process. The other part is getting ready for moving the, that's okay. The other part is moving the books and being prepared for that. And we're also starting in 2 weeks, we will be doing interviews for the library director position as our library director is retiring. Now next. Legislation and lobbying. Because of the pandemic, the lobbying work for the state legislature, Maryland General Assembly, is actually earlier this year than it normally is. And it requires a lot more attention early on in the process from the city council. Ann Seacott, our lobbyist, will be speaking to you in a few minutes. There's already been the joint priorities hearing that the mayor spoke at with our Montgomery County delegation. There's hearings on local bills coming up very shortly, and we're preparing for those. We have on December 9th, as the mayor mentioned, our District 20 joint priorities hearing. So we're really going to be focused December, January, getting underway on our local bills. Then much of the heavy work is going to be in January and February. So it is a hard first lift. A number of the major issues affect Tacoma Park. Funding for residents, businesses, infrastructure. I've had interesting discussions with State Highway where they keep saying, yeah, this needs to be improved, but we don't have any money. So we have things to look for there. Childcare, which is an issue that's a real need in this region. And of course, money for local governments. We have the Purple Line. We have Community Choice Energy. Got the Stable Homes Act. And I know that there's some other smaller bills that are being discussed that we'd want to have a coherent approach to, and we have to do it very quickly. Next. The Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is trying to get up and running very quickly. We have 3 proposals in for the facilitation services, and we will be making a choice relatively soon with the council choosing a firm on December 2nd. The concept there is that the facilitator will also help the council think through a little bit about who might be chosen for the task force. I know many of you have names of people that you're thinking of, or you know people who are interested, but there may be some advice that the facilitator gives that says, we've got a gap in this kind of view that may be useful to have as a member. Then the council would appoint the task force members in January, likely in that very first meeting. And in the meantime, staff has been assembling a lot of the data, policies, that kind of information. So it's ready for the task force to jump into. The idea is that there would be some interim recommendations coming from the task force to the council for the budget process with the report in June. Next. So one of the things we have to get done that we didn't finish last year, but we really need this year, is to finalize the new stormwater fee system so that it is fairer. That involves educating residents on the proposal, how it might affect them. There's just some staff work that's related to that. It may not in normal years be significant, but given our staff demands and shortages, it's going to be a push. The council then would consider the code changes and the new system in February so that it's already done in advance of the budget consideration. The tree ordinance that was passed, we've got the interim regulations that need to be put into place completely. And there may be some process work so that this works smoothly online or in other ways. We have climate change response. And as Councilmember Dhavala mentioned, there's community resiliency, flooding, all of these things that are significant issues in Tacoma Park that we need to think through. There's also some other kinds of code changes that are somewhat minor, but will take some time, such as with the housing code that have been raised by our city attorney. Next. And then there's budget. And budget is a huge amount of work, heavy staff work from January through March, preparing a budget. I will say that this is one of these things where it was really hard last year, but we had most of the prep work done before we got into the shutdown. Obviously, we did a lot of the work. I didn't get to the point where I finalized it the way I normally like to before it comes to you last year, but a lot of the basic work by the department heads had already been done. This year, we're going to be doing it while we're doing the pandemic. And so that's it. We just recognize and have to build more time in recognizing that that's a lot of work. Then the council considers that proposed budget in April and May. As I mentioned before, in January, you'll review the hold list, the fiscal situation of the city, and give us some direction from your priorities discussions. Some of the things that have been talked a lot about are property tax credit options. And we are unfortunately finally hearing of some residents that are having an issue this year with property tax, where they have not had issues with property taxes in the past. And these are folks who don't have mortgages, so that the protections of the mortgages aren't applying. And so we're trying to work with them. But it's also helpful for us to, I think, craft a property tax credit option that's meaningful for residents. Next. One of the things that you've committed to is to reviewing the council boards, committees, and commissions, considering the processes, evaluating the committees that we have, and making appointments to those committees by June. We've got a violation reporting system that we've sketched out and needs to be finalized. Right now, we only have a few operating committees, and some of those that have quasi-judicial actions are really on hold again as court actions got pushed back. So we're monitoring that and determining if there are some things that we can or cannot do with our various quasi-judicial committees. Next. So the pandemic could hold more surprises, and we could have weather impacts, longer storms, those kinds of things over the winter that could affect us. We may need to help with vaccination processes. And I don't know what that means, but we've done an awful lot of work. My deputy city manager has worked so heavily on the testing processes as it affects Tacoma Park, that we may very well be involved in trying to make sure that our vaccination process comes to Tacoma Park in a timely way. We're trying to figure out how we do some city services with the pandemic, particularly childcare and Wi-Fi access. And obviously funds are needed for residences, businesses, local governments, and it really needs to be a federal priority. That's the place where there's some money and some options for help, and we need to get that. Next. So I tried to group some things, the things that I've covered, into some months so that there's a little bit of a sense of progression. So in November and December, we've got the city manager search, state legislation, library project, and the beginning of the public safety task force. Next. January and February, council priority setting, Tacoma Junction, other development review, legislation, stormwater fee system, and staff budget prep. March and April, budget prep, council consideration, beginning council consideration of the budget, legislation again, council committee discussions, reviewing library bids, maybe a little later than that, we'll have to see, and receiving the rec center report. And May and June, approve the final budget, select the city manager, and appoint council committee members. And for each of those 2-month periods, don't forget we have to do pandemic stuff. So we've got that plus our regular work. I will say the other thing is that what happens after June really depends on what you set for your council priorities and the direction that you want to give and the consultation you want to have with the new city manager. So I'll be interested to watch from a distance at that point, but it is really quite a stunning amount of work. I think we're up to it, but I wanted to lay it out so that you can pace yourself and think about it. And if there's something that we need to decide that it should happen at a different time, I'm happy to work with you on that. Now, if you have any questions.
Great. Councilmember Siemens already has his hand up, so we'll go to him first.
Okay.
Yes, I thank you. Ms. Ludlow, I really thank you for this, organizing this. You know, these are the things we've talked about. You know, I know during the election process, there was some discussion about your role. And I want people to understand that this is not you giving direction to the council on what we are to do. This is you organizing what we have told you that we need to do.
Exactly.
But I could see how someone could misinterpret it by you presenting the information. But I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And obviously with the elections and not as many council meetings recently as there have been, part of this is stuff that's bubbling, but you can forget about it if it's not in one place. So I've been asked to put that together so you have it in one place.
Great. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you for this presentation. Question about the mini master plan in Washington Adventist University. Are they going to have some role in the mini master plan, or will they just be like another resident or observer of the process?
It's somewhere in between there.
Okay.
They've already met with the planners for Montgomery County Planning to get a briefing about how that goes. Certainly Montgomery County Planning Department staff know that they have an interest in the property and they will know, what their strengths are. But truly, when you get into a mini master plan, it's the public that makes the call. And the city council has enormous weight when it comes to determining what should the zoning be for the area, what are the services that you want. So they, in one sense, they're spectators for a while. The development team were spectators for a while. But there's also, they have a certain advantage in that they know it's moving forward as opposed to not. They don't have to do their own zoning text amendment and zoning amendment. They also are in a position to be able to share what their interests are. So it's information that could go in the process.
Have they relayed to you anything about having conversations with the community about what they would like to see on the site?
I've not heard about their conversations with the community. I've heard what they want to see on the site.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you very much. I feel nervous just hearing this presentation about how much is coming up.
I appreciate everybody running for council, by the way, just so you know.
But I mean, it's great to have it laid out like this, and really helpful to have it like month by month and get a real sense of what to expect. And I'm sure there will be changes and shifts, but
Absolutely.
it's useful to have it like that. And I think that's really helpful for the community too, just to have a sense of what to expect. So, I mean, part of me is still trying to figure out how we're going to manage all of what seem like enormous projects at the same time. But aside from that, I did just have a question about childcare. And I know you mentioned it briefly, and I'm just curious, you said you're thinking about summer camp, but not thinking probably of starting any aftercare programs or anything like that in the fall and spring, or is that still a possibility given
So
school might possibly open up?
I think it's not going to happen right away, especially with the schools not open and with the case numbers as high as they are. Already the governor's cutting back on the size of childcare ratios. We are always kind of preparing in case something might open up in the spring. So I'm not ruling it out. I really appreciate the rec staff, continually talking about it, and if they got the go ahead, how they would do it. Realistically, I think I just will be happy if we get stuff going in summer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
But we also want to work with partners, some of the childcare providers too. If there's some way that we can help them, we want to do that as well.
Great. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think also just part of that, sorry, not to jump the queue here, but it's cold now, but maybe in the spring, as we've talked about, thinking about like outdoor spaces, especially for families in apartments and things like that with children, if we can't start daycare or the rec programs up again. I really appreciate that the rec department did start this fall some of the in-person outdoor activities when we were able to.
And they loved it. I mean, it's driving the staff crazy not to be doing it too.
Yeah.
It was clear that the families appreciated it a lot.
Yeah, and there are a lot of families that really need to have that extra space. Great. Councilman DeBala.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for this. Laying it out like this is really useful. And I have a bunch of questions, but for tonight, I just have a couple of things to point out. I was going to ask about the recreation department and why there wasn't, but there is a lot for them. It's all related to COVID and aftercare and childcare and summer camps. So thank you, Casey, Councilmember Costick, for asking that. One thing that's not on the list is an election report and dealing with any potential changes to the election bylaws that we passed. And so I just want to note that I'd like to see that in there, even if it might not be a lot of work and we don't know when it is, but I don't want to forget it.
Yeah, Councilman DeBala, I just want to play on what Councilmember Seaman said, that these are major projects, and you should expect that setting the agenda moving forward, there's a lot of other work that is not here.
Yeah.
The city manager just kind of put out there some of the major projects, and particularly from the city manager's perspective, what staff is working on and what staff needs from council. In addition to that, we will be sending an agenda and looking at, the elections and other things that will be coming up. So just wanted to build on what Councilmember Siemens had said.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It's not reflective of all the work that we will be doing between now and June.
Right.
I have a
That
long
one in
list
particular.
other things. So
fresh on my mind
yeah,
for the obvious reasons. And then the last thing is, you're going to tell me this isn't realistic, but I would really like to see, maybe when we talk later about the hiring process for the city manager, the search process, I'd like to see what it would look like if there was a tighter time frame. Because having someone come on board after you leave, Susie, is not ideal, as I'm sure you know.
Right.
So,
Well, and if I can just speak to that, one of the things that I tried to do was lay out what I think is realistic in terms of workload and how long it takes to advertise certain things. So I took my best guess at it. That doesn't mean that you're going to be in charge of the search process. So if you want to narrow that and move it faster, the one thing that I would caution you about is that you may end up also doing interviews at the same time you're meeting twice a week on budget. And so trying to figure that out, that's really up to you.
okay, that's it. That's it for me for the big stuff. Thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Gonna unmute.
I didn't realize I was that high up in the queue. Thank you. Just a few questions for the city manager on the COVID item, which was the first page, I think, or at the beginning. You mentioned that we're in line to get CARES Act funding. So can you just clarify, is that funding that we've already been approved for or that we think we're eligible for?
So we have, my understanding is that we've been approved for, I think it's $260,000 or almost $300,000 of reimbursements out of the CARES. And then we have another smaller amount, but still significant amount that I don't think's been approved yet.
Okay, all right. But that's in the timing, we just don't know what the timing is.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. And then on the city manager search question, one of the things that we've done in the past and that has certainly been discussed in the community for this time around is the idea of having a resident committee to be part of the vetting process. Does that potentially, if we choose to do that, fit within this timeframe?
Yes, that was part of what I was imagining, but again, that's something that you would work with the search firm. They have several different models and of approaches and how you work with the public. And so, you would work with them and choose what you think works best to meet your needs.
And just two other things. So on the library, with the additional discussions more recently about green building and some of the other environmental components of the project in particular, I guess I would say I hadn't anticipated we'd be ready to be taking action on it as soon as it seems as if you're suggesting we may be able to. And so I wonder if you can just expand on that a little bit.
Well, we'll get information out we want to have a lot of time before the December 2nd presentation too with the information. So we're just finalizing that shortly. And I think it'll help lay out the options.
And then the last thing is, and I know the mayor just said this isn't meant to be the full and final list of everything, but and I don't know exactly how it would fit in, but I don't think you said much about the housing strategic plan and other components of that, with the exception of the Garland Avenue piece. And so it may be, since that's composed of smaller different things potentially, as opposed to one big thing, that it doesn't fit onto this, but
well, I would love for it to fit on it. I've got managers who are up to their eyeballs right now with either COVID or the big plans. And that's actually the last item on tonight's, or almost last item on tonight's agenda, is to get an HCD director. And that's where a lot of this really, because we need to move on it. It's really important for the city's goals. But we have, I appreciate that the managers are doing the best they can at thinking in those longer term things and spending time on something like Garland Avenue. But really, to move it along, it needs some special high level attention.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Siemens, is that an old hand or a new one?
It's old.
Thank you. Councilwoman Searcy, then you're next.
Great. All right, awesome. Thank you so much for putting this together. We have a lot on our plates. And I know that, we typically meet in January to discuss priorities, but given that a number of these things may need some attention in December, we might, Mayor, I'm not sure how we want to tackle the December next steps versus some of these other items. I guess one question I have is, there may be some things, and I know this is through June, but it might be helpful to know whether or not some of these items that are on this list would be possible to push back. So for example, I know we spent a lot of time going through the tree ordinance and the regs. Is it necessarily the case that, all of the regs need to be finalized by June? Or is that something that could be kicked back? So one of the things that I think would be helpful, I could say for me, is for some of these items that are noted, if we could actually kind of see them all in one swoop, in terms of, what key milestones associated with these efforts need to happen in January versus February versus March. And then that way, when we're kind of thinking through priorities and what needs to happen by June and what could honestly be accomplished in August, given that the vast majority of our time during this first quarter of 2021 will likely be dealing with COVID still, dealing with the budget, trying to find your replacement, and dealing, there's going to be a number of things, and we only meet 4 times. I mean, we have 4 council meetings in a month. I mean, we could triple it, quadruple it. But I think that's going to be some of the tension that we're going to have. In addition to, there's going to be a lot of movement, and we'll talk about it at the county and the state levels that we'll need to be a part of as well. So I think it would be helpful for some of these items where we could kind of know cleanly what we anticipate some of the key milestones for each of these projects are going to be through June, and where the council will need to make a decision. And then that could help us in seeing that all matrixed out. And then that would help us with being able to say, this is not happening.
Right. I actually think that almost everything here has to happen, which is why I brought it to you. There are a couple that, I think are more flexible. Some of the climate change activities have a little different timelines. They don't have regulatory timelines. They may have other real strong pushes for them. Some of the regulations, like the tree regulations and that kind of thing, are more staff activities that need to be met with by the councils, by some of the things that you adopted by code, but that could be changed. But part of the reason I brought this forward is that most of these items are either required by code, the schedule of budget, or what the council had set in your ordinances. And so you may be able to change a few of those. And so that's something that as you go through and the mayor sets the agenda, we could find some ways where that could be addressed.
Yeah, and it would also be helpful, and I know that I get it that this is not 100% comprehensive. It's designed to, kind of capture some of these big projects, but it would also, we have the budget on here. In light of, COVID, whether or not we need to give ourselves more time with the budget this time around, is something we might want to consider. And I know that we usually, there's a lot of work that staff do in January through March. to prepare the budget, but given where we are, it might mean that there's some aspects of budget work that needs to happen earlier.
I appreciate that, and I think that's part of the reason of the discussion in January of the budget, and looking at the fiscal numbers at that point. And so I think it does make sense to have a lot of back and forth during the time.
Yeah, because what I don't want to have happen is you all put a lot of work and a lot of effort into that budget, and then we blow it up or the world changes again. So anything
I don't want that either.
No.
Yeah. So anything that we could do, I would say for the budget prep, including us a little earlier than typical. And then, if there are some other areas where we might want to flag as these are just staff items that we want to make you aware of, but it's not going to necessarily be an action item for council, and kind of stripping things back so we can know which are the items that we're going to definitely have to make a decision on, I think would be helpful. Because otherwise this could appear very, very overwhelming. And it's things that we need to pay attention to and things we need to prioritize. But it could give this false sense of we have to do it, but we don't have to do complete all of these projects by June, right? So that's the only thing that I would, suggest that we consider, and we can definitely talk about it more when we get into talking about priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Councilwoman Searcy just wants a bunch of Gantt charts, Susie.
And if I have some help, I could get those to you.
How I live my life. I'm sorry.
I know.
I would love them too.
Which program do you like best? That's how we're spending winter break, making a bunch of Gantt charts. All right. Cool. Terrific. Well, I want to echo my colleagues' thanks for putting this together and organizing it. I think it's very helpful for us to have it all in one place as we move forward and as we do think about the priority setting in January and even before that. So thank you very much, Susie and everyone for putting this together. We're going to move now, and I see Anne has joined us for a legislative update. And Anne, I think I'm just going to turn it over to you. Correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
I think so. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to start off with a congratulations to everybody on your successful campaigns. Glad to see everybody. I wanted to spend just a minute, I'm not going to take a lot of time tonight, giving you an update on what we've been learning about how the General Assembly session is going to work in 2021. The main thing that you all need to know is that all committee work in the House and the Senate will be conducted remotely. We had suspected that, and now it's official. Bill hearings will be virtual. And what that means is that testimony on bills will be limited. The Senate has come up with a slightly complicated scheme around how many people can testify for and against a bill and how they're selected. The House has not made decisions yet on exactly how that's going to happen. It's not clear to me at this point if there's going to be a uniform process for all the committees in the House or separate ones. But in limiting testimony, public access to the legislators in person in their offices in Annapolis will be limited by appointment only, and only up to 2 people, and you have to be escorted in and out, and all of that, everything that they're planning right now is absolutely dependent on what the COVID numbers are as we get closer to and into session, and they kind of reserve the right to change everything if they have to. So what it really means in practical terms is that we all have to do an even better job when it comes to prioritizing what are the issues we want to weigh in on. What are the issues that we want to fight to be one of the select 4 witnesses to testify on a particular piece of legislation. We are going to have to really work hard to figure some of that out. I also will say that there is just a tremendous amount of talk of how leadership in the House and Senate want there to be limited numbers of bills and limited issues. I think the word is limited access, limited testimony, limited bills. And so it's recognizing that, I think that the priorities that the city has right now certainly fit into, I think, some of the priority areas that the legislature has said that they want to deal with. I think it's being realistic about the level of activity that can happen, as well as what the outcomes are going to be, because all of this is done in, as you all know, a very dire state budget picture. So that's kind of how that's going to happen. That sounds gloomy and doomy, I know, but it is, and just in terms of how things are going to proceed during the legislative session. I hope that everybody has cell numbers and email addresses for legislators, because that's how the bulk of communication is going to happen. And so we will, again, need to plan well what are the issues we're weighing in on, and how, for any of the issues, whether we can testify at a hearing or not, how to communicate the city's needs to legislators as effectively as possible. I have no doubt we have the capability. It's just going to be different and take more effort, because it'll be different.
One of the things I want to note is that it really needs to be coordinated well. And so, because everything is remote, if you're contacting folks, legislators, Anne needs to know, so that if we're having a situation where if 3 people are saying the same thing or different things, that may not be as useful, or we're targeting or whatever. She can give good advice about how to do that best. And if we all of a sudden realize that we didn't talk to the most important person, that would be a problem too.
I'll flag it.
Right. And so Anne can flag it for you and try to work that out. I think one of the things that we have as a real advantage is that we do know our priorities pretty well. And we've been able to communicate them pretty well. So we do have some of those talking points for you as you have those conversations.
And then, so we've been talking about the priorities, so I don't need to go over all of them again. I will say that just give a flag, as Ms. Ludlow had mentioned, there will be the Montgomery County delegation holding hearings in early December, and Mayor Stewart will be providing testimony on several of the bills, including the Community Choice Energy Pilot Program, Stable Homes Act. And then on, I hope I'm not jumping the gun with the District 20 night, that will be taking place on December 9th. And so we have commitments from the senator and 3 delegates to attend that, to talk with them about these priorities and other issues that may be coming. I do want to say that, one of the priorities that the mayor had presented to the delegation 2 weeks ago, definitely included again, some of those issues that the legislature has said they will absolutely be taking up. Anything COVID related, anything budget related, and issues related to racial justice. And so the issues on Tacoma Park's list absolutely address those kinds of issues, like the police reform, mental health funding, and the financial issues, whether it's about protecting the businesses and getting the Purple Line done, and flexibility with allowing municipalities a little more flexibility when it comes to financial matters. So all of those things, fit, and so we're good to go with the things that we want to be talking about, and we'll whatever kind of assistance I can be providing when it comes to coordinating and notifying people of hearings and things like that. We're getting ready to figure out how to make it all happen as efficiently as possible in this very new way.
Great. Thanks, Ann. And I think also, and I know you know this, and it probably goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that sometimes, especially when it's going to be an odd year for who gets to testify and who doesn't, it's also thinking, where's a good place for us, Tacoma Park, to show up? Mm-hmm. And I know sometimes our residents push us and like, why aren't you testifying on this? Or why didn't you do that? And sometimes people know where we stand very clearly. And it actually, if we're taking up a spot of somebody else who would be a better voice for moving something, sometimes that's a better way of moving some legislation or helping some folks get their legislation moved. So I just kind of wanted to say that I think this year, we always think strategically, but I think this year in particular, we're going to have to really think about the bills that are our priorities and where we show up for that. So
I think that's right. I think most of you are familiar with what we call Me Too testimony. Mm-hmm. When you're signing up and you're really not adding another argument, you're just making sure you're there being heard and you're lending your voice to the cause. That's not going to happen this year, this coming session. We'll have to figure out other ways to make sure they hear Tacoma Park. But your point's very well taken, Mayor, that yes, we will need to make sure we're there for the things we need to be at.
Great. Councilman Dabala?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions and points. You talk about the priorities and the testimony that the mayor sent out. Is that posted for this is actually a question for the city manager. Is that posted for residents to read? I thought we got copies of it as council members, but I can't seem to find it quickly.
I think it needs to get posted. I'll make sure it gets posted.
And yeah, that'd be great. And maybe remind me where I filed it. But also last year we had we did a lot of written testimony because we were being strategic in that sense that the mayor just referred to, if we're going to say the Me Too testimony, let's do it in writing. So I think we can make more use of that this year or the same use of that. I agree, rather than trying to force ourselves to be the star witness when there's so few people on a particular topic. Several of us are on committees, either at the state, regional, or national level, that might help with some of this. And so my third point is just coordinating even more closely on that to get our priorities heard. And on CCE, that worked in terms of different groups being more or less visible, but everybody's saying pretty much the same thing. And last, we did a big bill review last year, 3 of the city council members, as the bills came in. I'm assuming there's not going to be that sort of thing this year. There's not going to be hundreds and hundreds of bills to wade through, so we don't need to be prepared for that.
So we'll be. It's hard to. it's really difficult to say right now how many bills there are going to be. But we will. So one of the things that might be a little different this year really has to do more with having me as the lead for your policy work, as opposed to Ms. Wilkerson, who had done it, is trying to be very. I might bring a different approach to how we do those bill reviews.
That's okay with me.
And part of that will be, there's always the challenge of, making sure you all are aware of what's out there, but again, really honing in on the priority areas. And we're all going to be forced to do that even more this year. And I just don't have any guess if we will see the same volume of bills as typical. We may. People, there've been a lot of bills being talked about, but it's also possible that we will see a reduction if members are taking seriously the advice from their leaders.
Great. Well, thank you, Anne, so much for this. I know we will be seeing or talking to you, and we'll probably be communicating over email just for prepare for the December 9th for the joint priorities meeting with the delegation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night. All right, 2 more items. The first is a request to remove the HCD director position from the hold list. I'll turn this over to the city manager to discuss.
Oh, thank you. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So the the director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, that position has been vacant for over 1.5 years. And when the pandemic hit, just as we were preparing the current city budget, I suggested that the position not be filled during this calendar year through 2020 as a way to save money, and knowing that, just the energy that it takes to get that going. And then there was money put in the budget for the period of January through June. And the council put that on the hold list as something to consider as we went through the fiscal year. Since that time, it's clear that the position is critically needed. The folks in HCD are working so hard on a day-to-day basis that some of the activities that a director would bring to it cannot easily get done. Some of it is the personnel management. Some of it is budget and financial, although they're doing a very good job. Some of it is, and in particular, I think council has been aware that some of it is legal. Some of the legal changes that need to be made to code, some of the legal issues that arise, and just having the time to work with the city attorney on addressing various violations or other things that come up are something that really do require a director in the position. We also have coming up, there was some reference to, a number of land development issues and the oversight of the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan efforts will require that level of view. I have a planning background. I'm not going to be, so I've been putting in some of the time on some of those issues that help with the overall planning efforts and how that intersects with economic development. That is something that I won't, it's been really hard for me doing this work. It's been really hard for me spending the time on the legal efforts because of all the other things going on in the city during a pandemic. When I am not here, you need to have somebody in that seat. So what I'm asking today is that even in advance of what would be the council's review of the hold list in January, to have the opportunity to have the HCD position, director position, taken off the hold list now, get an okay now, so that I can advertise the position and have the person on board in January when the real work on the budget starts. It was really hard last year to get all that I needed to get out of the HCD managers for the budget. they do not have the capacity to do that work. In addition to all the pandemic efforts that they're doing. So what I'm asking is that this be considered. I can bring a resolution to you on December 2nd that would take this item off of the hold list. As I said, there is the money in the budget for it. I believe it's the right thing to do, and I urge you to say that you'd consider that resolution next session, the next meeting.
Mhm. Councilman Duvall, is that a old hand or? You're on mute.
You're muted.
It was an old hand, although I was going to raise my hand for this as well. I wasn't necessarily going to be first if anybody else feels a burning desire to talk first.
Well, it's 11:06, so let's do speed round. Okay.
Okay,
Let's go.
speed round. I appreciate that there's a lot of need for this, and I appreciate how hard the staff in this department is working. And cutting to the bottom line, I'm not convinced. What I would like to see would be a little bit more about the revenue projections, a little bit more about the long-term costs of the position, both the salary and the benefits, because once we commit, and we are in a pandemic and we have uncertain finances. So what you know about those two things would be very helpful. The third thing would be a picture of some of the other staffing that's going on. You mentioned in passing that you're hiring the library director. Presumably some of those other positions in the library, if they are vacated as a result of retirement, would be going on hold. So I'm lacking a context, and that would really help me to be able to get my mind around this. Thank you. I don't expect you're going to have those answers tonight.
I don't have them at hand. I've certainly been thinking about them. I would not suggest, if I felt that this was a financially unwise activity, I would not suggest it. I actually think that the city hurts itself financially not to have this position because of the importance of all of the HCD activities, using all of the COVID-19 funds that were set aside for those activities. It's really important that that kind of thing be coordinated well.
Mhm. Yeah. And I'll just jump in. I'll just say, from speaking to many residents who are in need, there needs to be more that we are doing. And it's not us putting more money in a pot to distribute, but it is actually managing this and managing our department. And, our staff they're doing the best they can, but doing the bigger picture thinking and managing is desperately needed right now. And I think in order for us to get our CARES dollars out to folks, in order for us to get our COVID fund to people and to identify the people who are most in need, we need to have the staff who are thinking about how do we put the processes in place and managing this department. Listening to residents who praise Grace all day long, and Jean and everyone else in that department, they have been going nonstop. Nonstop, and they cannot keep up with the amount of work to both manage, do budgeting, think about running a department, as well as doing the direct service that they're doing now. And I think given where we are with this round of COVID cases increasing right now, the need is just going to increase greatly in our community. So that's the part that I think we really need ahead of this department. And I think our meeting with our city attorney and hearing from him regarding some of the cases that we need to address, the staff we have right now have no capability of doing that at all, in addition to the work that they're doing assisting residents. And so we need to have code changes made and other things so that we can protect our residents. And the staff we have now have no time to put any thought to that either. So I would like to see us move ahead with this as soon as we can. Councilmember Kovar.
Yes, thank you. The piece about it that I'm unsure about is I don't feel like we've gotten an explanation for how we're going to decide based on the COVID needs that are out there when certain things will be removed from the whole list. So this is really just, we need this now, and I can understand.
So what I've suggested.
Allow me just to finish what I'm saying.
Sorry.
So I think there's two parts to this. One is, what is our process going to be going forward for taking things off of the whole list? And secondly, if it's the case that we have all these additional needs and that they're going to potentially be increasing, either because, for example, the utility shutoff order has expired, or the eviction order may change at the end of December, or as mentioned earlier, people who don't have mortgages aren't protected. If we're going to start, to me, if we're going to start removing things from the whole list, I'd also like us to begin potentially allocating additional funds to address those things from what remains in the whole fund. So those are my concerns.
Well, I appreciate that. So what I've looked at in terms of the items that are on the hold list, there's some personnel and there's some sidewalks and that kind of thing that are on the hold list. As I've looked at those various items, either the personnel items or the construction don't need to be determined this month. They can really be determined in January when we have a little bit more information. And I think you can look at it more holistically in terms of your priorities and that kind of thing. So I was really anticipating that most of the discussion of the hold list would be in January with you as you go through the priority setting. This particular position, because I need somebody already in January in this position, I'm asking for it in advance of that. And this is a situation where setting money in a pot for folks is not as helpful if we can't disperse it and manage it that well. We are getting, I think, this CARES money, a lot of it back. So I appreciate that. But if we have to identify money, I'd prefer that it be because we're activating this position. To me, that's part of what actually gets this information out. One of the things that I know you've been frustrated with is not always having a good sense about how much money is going to evictions and how much is maybe food support and that kind of thing. And that's partly because we don't have enough staff to really, compile that information well in a timely manner. And so part of this is also just managing that so that we can make some of those judgment calls.
I guess I would say I'd be more open to this if it was paired with more specific explanation of how we're going to get to those things.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilman Searcy.
Wow, I came up quick. So for me, I support the HCD position. Here's why. There is a lot of activities that are happening right now as a result of COVID in the development space. There's lots of stuff that's happening at the county level in terms of housing, creating opportunities for affordable housing. There's a lot of activities that's happening from the county's perspective in terms of visioning for planning. There's lots of work that's also happening in terms of social service provision and kind of changing how certain things are being provided. So I do think that it's important for us to have someone at that higher level that could really try to help to make sure that those policies that are being created at a higher level are done in a way that benefits the city. I think one of the biggest things that's going to be a concern going forward is the addition, the need for additional staff. Like what HCD is doing right now is not sustainable. So we need for the county's resources and programs to be better and be able to address what we need in order to downstream free up some of our staff. I will say, you know, residents in buildings in my ward, they need social service, right? So they need things like food stamps, other kinds of subsidies, housing subsidies. And the city, although we can put money in this COVID fund, we're not going to be in a position to be able to do that for the long haul. And this could potentially go for another half a year to a year, potentially. So I do think that the position is important. I will say, to echo a little bit of the caution that my colleagues are also expressing, is that we do need to prepare for the potential wind down in terms of revenues and funds that we may have come January. So one of the things that is missing, we have a lot of activities underway to really try to manage our staffing levels down. We have lots of these retention programs that we've set up where we have some cost savings in terms of union contracting and some of the salaries that were negotiated there. So this could be a bit of a wash, but without kind of having that information enabled, you know, in order to make that decision in terms of hiring this position, which could potentially be a higher paid one, it's a little tricky, right? So I think the money's there. I just think we haven't fully expressed it so that everyone feels confident that although this year it would be a bit of a wash and it may potentially save us some money down the line if we're able to get more grants and we're able to get more staffing support and things like that. So I would just encourage us to, again, I support the director position. I think it's something that we need. I think, you know, just when we're justifying it, making sure that we're kind of putting all those pieces together for folks so they get why we're doing it.
I appreciate that, and I will try to get those. I will try to get that for you in a more clear way. I also do want to note that one of the things that our staff has been spending a good amount of time on is developing and working on contracts with entities that are providing these services. That's also a very time-consuming activity and oversight of those contracts. So, you know, that's another area where, as we're looking at the long run, a lot of times it is getting those contracts and getting, one of the things that you may be aware of is that there's a good amount of turnover at the county in this area. And so just trying to know who to work with and getting those relationships so that the county can do a better job in serving us is important. And we're working at it really hard, but it is time consuming. So I will try to get those numbers for you in a better way.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you. I will say when I first was looking at the budget back in the spring, I was pretty wary of us filling this position and taking it off of the hold. My position on that has changed a bit in seeing some of the work that we're doing and how necessary it is to have a lot of that coordinated. And I really appreciate that, the need for that. And I would still like to see some of the budgetary impact information that others have asked for, just so we can think through what the costs are, short-term, long-term, and also I'd just be interested in some more information about how this also would free up our lower level staff members, and they're not lower level in any way, they're managers, but are not directors, to be able to do more of the work that we really need them to be doing on the ground, working with people. Because I think, you know, to looking at this from the outside, there's a sense of, you know, we have this crisis, we have this emergency, we really want to get assistance to people. And I think sometimes people don't connect a high level director position with that. And that's where the question is why is it more important to hire a director than it is to hire another person who can be on the ground working with people on their housing crisis? So I think kind of teasing that out and what it is that we need most to help us do this work and why will be important.
I'm happy to as I write that out for the next session to explain it. I will say, our staff can't oversee other staff. They're just too swamped. So just to get boots on the ground, you have to have a coordinator. That's just, I'm happy to share that.
Councilmember Smith.
At first I was not supportive of taking this position off the hold list, but what I've seen, with residents and what they're dealing with COVID-19, I mean, it's like 3 pandemics going on at once. I think that we need to find the resources to hire a manager for this department. I would look at this as a human capital issue and a resource capital issue. And we need to find everything possible to throw at this because it's only going to get worse before it gets better. And residents are just, the need is just, it's never ending. I mean, I was with Councilmember Siemens the other day handing out food boxes. I mean, people just need help. And a lot of these people were not in this position before the pandemic.
Right.
And so, whatever we got to do, we got to figure it out so that Ms. Wiggins and Ms. Cook Gaines can get, more in the weeds on this because it is a big, big problem for our community. And, I think it's going to affect, a lot more people that never thought that they would be in a position to need food assistance, rent assistance, and utility assistance. So whatever we can do, we should do it. And so I'm going to say right now that I support the proposal of us hiring a HCD manager.
Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the fact that it's late at night and we'd like to move along fast. And I'm probably not going to say anything that Councilmember Smith didn't say very eloquently just a minute ago, but I do feel so strongly about this that I just want to point out, who it is that HCD is serving right now. And it is the most vulnerable people in our community who need assistance and don't know where to turn. And Ms. Wiggins is helping them more than full time. And then on top of that, she has responsibilities to help fill in for the director. And it's the small businesses that are so desperate during these times. And Samira Cook Gaines is helping them. And again, trying to fill in for part of what the director would do. It's the tenants who are unable to meet their rent and all the other challenges that they're facing during this time. And it's again, our Housing and Community Development Department that is helping them through this and helping them to find resources so that their whole life doesn't fall apart. And it's the landlords who own these buildings that aren't receiving the rent because the tenants don't have, many of them have lost their jobs and can't pay the rent. So again, it's the landlords who desperately need help also. I know we like to beat up on landlords a lot, but the fact is that their businesses are suffering greatly because of this. There's just a ton of work that's being done by that department right now. And I see no reason to say no to this at this point in time. So I'll let us go to bed now. Thank you.
Not so quick. So what my sense from the council is that we would like, and we were to get, I know it was delayed, the first quarter financials.
I'll have all that next time.
Right, which I think may have answered some of my colleagues'
Right.
questions, but I think having those first quarter financials next time, like we were supposed to have it this week, but my sense is that there is, I think at least a majority or close to that, that supports moving forward with this. So let's bring it back on December 2nd, but with more information for those colleagues who are still, for all of us want it, but for those
Sure.
who need a
Happy
bit
to
of
provide
information. So thank you. The last thing on our agenda this evening is the process for selecting the executive search firm for the city manager position. This shouldn't take too long. We just want to make sure people are aware, and that this was the city manager already talked about this in her presentation. A request for proposal went out a few weeks ago. We are to get proposals back on November 20th, which is this Friday. A group of council members consisting of Councilman Searcy, Costick, and myself will do a first review of the proposals that came in and do interviews over Thanksgiving week and propose to recommend a firm to our colleagues. So hopefully on December 2nd, we will have, December 2nd, we will have a vote on a firm to select, and then we will work with that firm and decide things, as I think Councilman Duvall or Councilman Kovar raised about how do we, whether or not we have a task force as we've had in the past of residents, or are there other suggestions from the firm on other ways to engage the public in this process. That will come back to council. But anyone have any questions on that process? Everybody has hands up, so I think they're old. I don't know.
I have a new hand up.
Okay, thanks. I don't think everybody has a question on this. So,
it's not specific to the process per se, but one of the questions that I was asked, and I just wondered if we could just discuss it briefly, was why a firm and why that is the process for choosing a city manager. And I know that is a common process for a lot of cities, but why is this the best way to go?
Because this, I can answer that from my perspective. The city staff does not have the capacity to do a search that would be needed on their own. We just don't have the staff to do that type of search. And secondly, as a council, this is our primary responsibility. And we are not a full-time council. We do not have our own staff. And so to make sure that we do our due diligence and do a good job, hiring a firm to help us to prepare the materials that need to go out in a professional way, to make sure that we are doing a search that meets the goals that we set and meets the requirements, and then sets up interviews and does all that. And given, as you saw, what the city manager laid out is our schedule over the next couple of weeks, I think that would be difficult for us to do on our own. And so we have hired search firms before. I know a number of us were involved when we hired the police chief, and it was an excellent process that we went through. And a number of, we also have had firms that have helped us when the deputy city manager was hired, and so and again, I think that was an excellent process as well in terms of the candidates that were able to have apply for a position and to put in place a process that really makes sure that we're doing our due diligence to get the best candidate.
Thank
I don't know
you.
if anyone wants to chime in, but those would be all my reasons.
No, I think, I mean, I agree with that. I just think it is helpful for people to kind of have that context, because people who aren't that familiar with the process, I think sometimes are like, wait, why are you doing this? Why are you looking at a firm instead of just hiring somebody as you do another staff member? So I think that's helpful.
Yeah, and then the fact is that we do get firms, or the staff do get for hire firm firms to help when we are looking at certain positions. And I think under COVID, because we are facing so many more challenges, having a firm help us to do that is even more of a reason now. So, and I know our friends in Gaithersburg just went through this process, and I've talked to a number of the city council members there to get, because they did it during COVID, and they got their new city manager. So I've also been talking to them about, pros and cons of doing different things and what was beneficial. And they all had also hired a firm and found it hugely helpful, especially under COVID. Anything else? Councilwoman Devala?
Yeah, not to keep us up all night here, but another reason is I think there's some benefit in an independent view in helping us to go through this process. I was involved in the city manager search the last time around, and having an independent, separate from city staff, can't be influencing, I thought that was very, very helpful. Which brings me to the question I was going to ask. I thought I heard you say that discussions about options for the process going forward, whether and when, how to involve citizens, whether and when to have a citizen committee, all of that sort of talk about that once we get the firm on board and they give us some options and recommendations for the process. Is that what I heard you say?
I think that's a good way to go. But I'm open to other things. I mean, just thinking about, again, under COVID, I think we need to prioritize some things once we think about a firm we want to work with. Councilman Devala, I'm not sure if it was you who mentioned this before, but thinking about how quickly we want to get someone.
I'm the one that mentioned that.
Right, so I think we need to think about all those things, like what is going to be our process and what are we going to prioritize?
And how fast is it going to move? Yeah, totally.
And if I might, the various firms that do these kinds of searches have like a number of different options that different communities use. And so they've already thought through them, and they can describe like how long the different steps take. So that's useful to hear from them about their expertise or their experience working with other communities.
Yeah, like I talked to Gaithersburg, and they didn't have a in their just as one example, they did not have like a resident committee, but what they did is when they got down to their final either 2 or 3 choices, they actually had sort of a Zoom town hall type thing where people could, residents could ask each candidate questions. And they did the same thing for residents and then for staff as well. So that's like just an example of one. I'm not saying we have to do that and that precludes us from doing a residents committee. That's just an example of a sister city that we know who just went through this process.
Done recently in similar circumstances under COVID. And you bring up the police chief model, which also worked really well. My only other point that I'd like to make tonight is, I said this about the facilitation for the police, for the public safety task force. I'd like not just for the firm to be evaluated based on their ability to, which I saw in the RFP, to their ability to recruit high quality candidates of color, but also to have a look at whether they themselves are managed by people of color. And I saw that in the RFP. I'm just flagging it for any residents who might listen to this at some point and wonder if we were doing that. We are. And I appreciate you putting it in there. Thank you.
Cool. Anything else? All right, then we're adjourned for the evening. Everyone, please have safe, healthy, happy holidays. Keep yourself safe. Materials will be up soon for the items coming up for our December 2nd meeting. And thank you. Our first meeting as a new council in the books. So thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.